Mama's tired.
All the parental duties are relatively paid for today. That sounds good.
For the most part, yes.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. What's your
Hello.
age, man?
18, mate.
Thanks for coming up. What brings you up today?
Um,
Okay. He can do it. I guess he was gonna troll.
Oh, almost,
I like
man. We'll see what you got next time.
I
Uh,
like the ones who like commit and they'll have like a full on conversation with you and
yeah,
like
that's
and
happened to me a couple of times. And you just completely go left.
What's up, man? I just wanted to
Gert,
say you're the goat, man. Your waves, you be at least you be spinning, man. Like I saw that, bruh. You
yeah,
gotta be. What's the
I
hair
appreciate it, man.
routine, man?
Uh,
he's
vitamin E
he's
oil
black.
and just a do rag. That's about it.
Oh my goodness! I
Are you
got
black?
seasickness. Yeah, yeah,
You have trouble getting waves?
yeah. I just don't know how.
All right, here's the trick, the technique that I use. It's called wash till dry or
Mm.
brush till dry method. Basically, you you first do your initial rinse, which is your deep cleaning rinse. This is where you're using your nails and your fingers to really scrape your scalp to do the deep clean. From
Mm.
there, you add your purpose shampoo. The first was your cleansing shampoo. The second would be your purpose shampoo, like a castor oil or maybe like a mint, peppermint, something that will encourage growth or encourage a healthy environment for your hair. So either castor oil, peppermint oil, etc. Those type of infused shampoos. So
Okay.
while you're doing that, you're using a comb to brush the pattern or to comb a pattern in, right?
Okay.
Then the next thing you're going to do after your second wash is you rinse off. If your hair is clean, you can just stop with the second rinse.
Mhm.
From there, you're going to go to the mirror out of the shower and you're going to brush in a oil.
Hmm.
And then if you want, you can do a pomade after that. But you can just stick with the oil for now to because what we're trying to do is we're trying to encourage a healthy environment in your hair for a curl pattern to stick. If that makes any sense. And then
Yeah.
after that, you lock that all in with your cap, and you don't really need to brush that much. I'm guessing the more you brush, the better you'll better off you'll be.
So just use some oils, wash your hair, and brush and put the rag on.
Yeah. So you want to be brushing after you're out the shower, and you want to be brushing or combing while you're in the shower, and you want to use oils like coconut, vitamin E, nothing chemical. It needs to be food grade or equivalent, so no chemicals in it.
So what product would you like? What brand would you recommend?
I mean, you can just try coconut oil.
Really?
Any food grade coconut oil. Make sure it's I think the term is cold pressed. Um,
Hmm.
I forget the term. Let me look it up real quick.
Okay.
Unrefined,
Hmm.
version. I'll just put it in the chat. You want to be putting something in your hair that's really going to encourage a good healthy environment. Any chemicals will work against what you're trying to do.
Hmm. So I can just go to the kitchen, grab some coconut oil, and just
You want to make sure your hair is clean, and you're going to need to wash that off every 3 days because it'll start to, mix with the dirt and the oils. So
You get built up.
you want to make sure you maintain a healthy scalp as well. So wash your hair every 2 to 3 days. That should be good.
yeah, I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the progress, dude.
All right, Gert, I appreciate it, man. You're welcome back
All
up.
right, man.
Thanks for
You
the
do have
share.
some clean waves.
Appreciate it. I I started cutting my hair or I started brushing my hair after I cut my dreads off. which was kind of sad, but it's too much hair,
How long did you
honestly.
have this?
Oh, about like maybe 4 or 5 years.
I don't have that much. I can't commit. Like, and I refuse to go through the hot Cheeto phase.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
refuse.
it's
God.
definitely um you have to commit. It's something you have to really commit to, and if you don't, and you don't do the twisting that you should, your hair's gonna start looking like a jungle.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like when people don't take care of their dreads, and I didn't know people can get them like off, and then they like detox them and clean them, and they get them reattached.
Reattached. Yeah. I mean, it is your
I
hair.
was like, wow.
It is
I
your
was like,
hair.
that's so cool.
I mean, my mom probably still has my dreads in a bag in her closet somewhere. I'm not sure, but I've seen her. I gave my dreads to my mom. She's like, "Oh, I think I want to keep these." I'm like, all right, mom. Someone said they're thinking about cutting theirs off. Honestly, look, dude, when you cut off your dreads, it's like you're changing a part of your identity because you become attached to certain things. I cut my hair off. I tend to go buzz because I don't want to become too attached to my hair. And that's the main reason why I cut off my dreads, because it started to feel like I was depending on them or something, or hiding. It's like a nice little way to hide your your countenance.
Mhm.
So it might be a benefit to you. And here's the thing: you can always grow them back. Teeth flexing, you know.
Like, there's people who have theirs for like 20, 30 years.
Hmm.
I think the cleanest ones and the most like taken care of dreads I've ever seen were from this dude. I used to be a security guard at a warehouse,
Uh-huh.
and he had dreads that were like, oh gosh, they were probably all the way to his about the end of his back.
Hmm.
And he always had them wrapped up, and like you could see them when he would come in, and they looked like so clean and like pristine, and they were always retwisted.
Hmm. It
And
can
then you
really
see
be
other
like a
ones.
sign of
It's like,
social
oh.
proof when you think about it, because you get to glean some parts of his character about him as you see him, how he expresses
Hmm.
himself. If he's
Oh, for sure.
clean, if his dreads are clean, that probably means he runs like a tight and orderly routine, and perhaps his house may be cleaner than your average. Perhaps
Yeah,
he's more hygienic. In reality, you have to be more hygienic when you have dreads, because odors and the elements tend to, just lay
build
on
up
your
in your
hair,
hair. Yeah,
build up, as you say. Correct.
and I would imagine um, like when you wash them and they get like wet and stuff, you have to make sure they are dry and like you
Right.
stay clean.
Right. Because
So,
there's odors, there's moisture,
mhm,
there's trapped moisture. Exactly.
for sure. I sent out your live. I had like um a live this morning where I was running a prompt talking about stopping the romanticization of the whole trad lifestyle. Oh, there's
Uh-huh.
somebody up here now. And it's just like I see it all the time. It's not a one size fits all, because I don't believe that every man is capable of taking on that type of responsibility, and
Hmm.
not every woman is willing to stay for the growth of a man building his empire either.
Yeah, and I'm interested in your thoughts on that, because I want to unpack that. So when it comes
Yeah.
to like, we can acknowledge, like, there's a woman who works and she might be a little bit rough around the edges, got tattoos, maybe a bit more masculine, but she still submits to her husband
Hmm.
and follows his lead. And she might be more industrious than like a traditional woman who doesn't work. But I would still say that falls under the purview of a traditional woman, just because women can still
Yes.
be workers and support their home when they need to, when they're called to. But
Agreed.
yeah, there are a lot of there is a glamorization, the American Pie and the 50s dress and the music in the back.
Hmm.
That's not to say that it's I would honestly though prefer that propaganda over Miami Girl.
Yeah, I agree. It's more so the prescribing it to be a one size fits all sort of idea that I don't like. Because it's not. Not everyone is willing to make the sacrifices, especially if you're a young couple. Um, you're gonna have to, as a woman, you're gonna have to realize he's not gonna have his empire in a boat at 25. That's when
Yeah.
he's building, even scrounging up what he can to build the first block of the foundation. And you have to be there to support him and be his biggest cheerleader, and promise him you're never gonna leave and show that. um, and a man will value that more than anything in the world. To have a loyal, down to earth woman like that.
Yeah, loyalty does definitely mean a lot to a lot of good men. And
Yes.
Nemo too real. Nemo's too real.
Thank you, brother.
What's going on? What's your age, man?
I'm 19. I'm about to be 20 soon.
All right, so perhaps you can answer this question.
What's that?
Nemo too real. Too real. What does a feminist mean to you?
Feminist means, like, to me personally, a woman who thinks that they don't need a man, they can be independent, and like they they can do all the things that a man can do, and they just want, certain. I think that it comes with a lot. It feeds the female ego. They have a lot of ego, but
That's why I think
necessarily
everyone should have an ego.
that's what I think. That's what I think about feminists, because I've just seen a lot of negative things, not too many positive things. I could be wrong though, so I'm not entirely
Okay,
fixed on
and
it.
then Apple, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, I was alive during the actual feministic movement,
Oh, so
and
you're in your 50s?
they no 60s.
Oh,
They
okay.
told us that the women were not capable of running a marathon and that they would die, and things like this junk. So we got in, fought for our rights, and got equal pay, and got to enter professions that were banned for us, and we got to stand up for against sexual harassment at work and get laws made for that. And nobody ever said it was about not needing a man. You need us, we need you. We're all people, duh. And we need to mate and have children and everything. So you're kind of confused, but
No, he's not.
All right, well,
There's
Yeah,
no.
yes,
before we get into it, I'll just answer real quick because Kay, what I think a feminist is, what a feminist is someone who believes fundamentally in some level of equality, whether it be legally or throughout their ways of life and how they practice, how they deal with
equality of
other.
value.
Well, if
of
I could just
value.
speak real quick.
Yeah,
So when it comes to
helping you.
how they will act, they will assume equality in a lot of their affairs with particularly with men, and they will assume a level of status based on their egalitarian principles amongst women.
We certainly do deserve the same status as men, but people can do what they do. It's based on your abilities. You can test that without looking at a person's gender. I'm
Well,
better at men than a lot of things. I'm
Okay.
better at men than math. I'm better than 9% of all people in math. So if you're going to take all the math jobs and tell me I can't do math, that's bullshit. But I'm not strong, and I wouldn't pretend I'm strong. You can measure ability with having nothing to do with gender.
Yeah, and
So it
perhaps you
doesn't
would take
really
more of
have
a
anything to do with it.
perhaps you have a
Mhm.
more meritocratic perspective, but
Of course, if we're
that would
going to
be
get hired,
you would
you need
deviate though
people with
from
merit.
your average feminist as of late.
Mm,
Your average
Yeah, well,
feminist
but
as
we're
of
not
late would
equal.
preach
No,
for.
you're making that up. I mean, you're just
We're
inventing a
not
new
equal.
definition of feminist and looking for an enemy.
All right,
That's
well,
not true.
we can
That's
we
not
can
what it was
discuss
about.
we can
You're
discuss the
incorrect.
definition real quick.
You're just making up a new
So
definition.
what
No,
I'll
he's
do is
not.
I'll
You
I'll
can
get.
make up a new definition if you
You
like.
are
That's
so
not what it was
All right, well,
ill-mannered. It's
chaotic and Apple.
ridiculous.
Let's just
Nobody wants
pause.
to be a
Guys,
man.
let's just pause
You
real quick.
wish
Let
we
me
wanted to be men. We do not want
Apple,
to be men.
if
We
I
don't
may.
even like you half the time.
So Apple,
We
if
like
I
us.
if I
We're
may, I'm
happy
just
with
gonna give you a
ourselves.
warning. I don't mute
And we
people
want to be
here. I
valued.
don't mute people here. I
And you're
just
not
kick people.
valuing
So
me
if you
right
keep
now.
talking, you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
get
know.
you're
Of
gonna get
course you
kicked.
will, because you're
Well,
an
just have some respect
anti-feminist,
for the
and so you
panel.
don't think I have any value.
As a
Okay,
human, we
Apple,
all
please
And I'm
respect
older
stop.
the
than
panel.
you are,
So
Please
wiser and
stop
more
so chaotic.
educated.
Let me just
And you're not.
tame it.
You're
Let
going
me
to
just
try
tame it
and
real quick. So
demonize people when
I'm gonna give you 3 seconds to calm
problem at
down.
all. I don't want to be on your
1,
host all night. I have a life,
2.
sir. I'm going to go eat.
All right. Well, you can go eat outside of the panel. All right. So Mestia, thanks for coming up. What's your age?
Oh, sorry about that.
Hey, that's not
I'm
your problem.
38.
You know that's not all women. That's just a rather combative one who had to get off live. No problem. What's
That's
your age,
too much. I
Mestia?
mean, 32. I said.
All right, thanks for coming on.
But yeah, like I mean, I thought for a minute it was going somewhere for a second, and it went sideways.
Well, I
Okay.
think what happens with a lot of feminists is when their ideology is questioned because they identify with it so much and because they have emotional reasons that they are a feminist, they emotionally react. So it's just par for the course. Women tend to more than men, interpret things through their emotion and what they identify with. So
Mhm.
it's nothing
But can I
particularly out of the
ask you
ordinary.
something? Like I really like, and I really like, especially like people who are in North America. I really like struggled with this question, and no one has been able to answer. So when I look at the society, right, like and the day, like whatever issues we have today, like when it pertains to men and women, isn't that basically doesn't it come down to how you raised your daughters and sons? Because it's evident you raised them differently, right?
Hmm.
They're not identical, but basically that's what it comes down to. Like you said, for example, the women, like they into their emotion, or like they into, I don't know, tune into to their
Interpret things through their
emotions.
emotions more often than men.
Yes. So that is not like, this is my observation of the world, because other parts of the world is not the case. And I've noticed, especially with American women, it is so. And it is very embarrassing sometimes
Mm.
for me, and upsetting at times, to be honest, because it's just like here is a person, an adult grown woman, that has been laid to waste, basically. Her society failed her.
And
Her
when you're saying
parents failed
society,
her.
you mean where she grew up, or the society, like the American society? What do you mean?
Well, wherever she grew up, like, and I'm
Oh
specifically
yeah,
talking
well,
about North
America's
America.
definitely failed the generation of women as a society.
Well, yeah, but also even like, and I'm seeing this, the tinge, like, for example, this is something I have, like, even in men, sometimes I will catch it, where it will be like so in tune with, like, for example, you guys talk a lot about emotions, emotional. I've never actually seen that or heard that word, sorry, elsewhere. I
Outside of the
travel quite a bit
U.S., yeah.
outside of the US, outside
Yeah.
of the continent, in fact. It's just it doesn't exist. I mean, some might say, okay, oh, women, they'll be like, women are emotional, they jump when they see a little snake or something like this.
Hmm.
I mean, it's like, and it's normal, right? But it's just like, I have seen, for example, women rationalize that, for example, just one specific example. They'll say, like, someone will come up and say, oh, well, men are stronger than women. Some woman will come up and say, no, 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 that's not the case. I could beat up a guy. There is a woman who I know in my family who's strong.
Hmm. So they're just always
I'm
beg to
sorry.
differ and making arguments
but like,
outside of realism.
I get it, but it's not, and the person would usually preface that, it's not all men are absolutely stronger than all women. It's not in absolute. We're not
Right.
talking in
It's
absolute.
generalities.
Even, yes.
Well,
But I'm
Mestia,
also, yes,
I wanted
apologies.
to respond because I definitely agree with you.
Yes.
But chaotic, thanks for the community hearts. And
You're welcome. No problem.
when it comes to how we are in the West, I would have to put myself in the same box as we, as you know, we're a country that a lot of people from the outside looking in would say we're prosperous, but there's also a level of spoil, right? Where we have a level of entitlement and we take a lot of things for granted. And I think how you're saying a lot of men and women outside of the country of America don't tend to act like this. It would likely be because those countries probably run their economies and their ways of life off of necessity and not decadently, how we do here in America, where this is the home of excess, dreams, false promises, gambling. You can get rich quick, etc. We're in a system where there's prosperity, but there's also moral decay, and this would just be a product of it. And I would be lumped in there. Sometimes I can be emotional or entitled. So this, I would argue that's the cause.
I mean, you can, self-critique, I guess, like to an extent, but I feel like people like you or anyone else wouldn't have it any other way. This is just what you were born into. This is the way it is. And, and there is Italy is not the same as US. US isn't the same as Norway. Norway isn't the same as, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just the countries are different. People's cultures, things are different elsewhere. There's
But
no
wouldn't you
one
say that
unique.
there's a right and a wrong way to do things? Like it's better to not be entitled or snooty, right?
Well, snooty, I don't know, but like entitled, that's another thing. I, for example, like I would say you should be entitled to being, righteous. You should be like, self-entitled, not imposing yourself on others. I don't know if that makes sense. Like
Having a good,
the
strong
way,
moral code and being confident and not wavering, being entitled to your
indeed,
what you believe is right and wrong. But I mean,
exactly.
I can agree with that. But the entitlement we have here, especially with a certain political leaning of the population in America, is entitlement of other people's stuff, entitlement to have your feelings be prioritized. That type of entitlement is what I'm speaking of, where it's
Yes, that's also, I have seen that. And not only that, but you guys legislated even,
yeah, yeah,
and it's
definitely.
just, it's scary. And, no, that is just, I mean, and it's odd for me because you have some sort of a paper from what they call the forefathers
Mhm.
that gives you a freedom, but what freedom or what use is of that paper, that declaration, if indeed you cannot actually practice it, and
Estia,
there's someone,
it's
but
funny
I
you
don't.
mentioned that because I'm not sure who said it. It was either it was either Jefferson, Washington, or Hamilton who explained that we have a republic if we can keep it. And a lot of them mentioned, I'll paraphrase by saying, the Constitution is only as good as the moral people that uphold it. But we're in a system where morality we're trying to destroy here. And without morality, you can't really have this type of system, and it's showing as at this very moment.
Yeah, and that's something like, but how do you ever have a morality? Like place like the US that's so diverse, everyone is this, like, there's no unity, not unity, I would say, but there's no like someone believes this way, that other person believes that
Uh huh.
way. So it's like other countries don't, like you go to Denmark, for example,
Hmm.
there are foreigners, yes, but there is that they have a stronghold of the Danes, right?
Hmm.
They would have a stronghold of the norms and the whatever goes on in the country. Yeah, you have freedom, but there it's centered on the Danes. Here there is no more center.
Yeah, we don't have a unifying culture ethos
Yes.
or a faith, or it used to be the Constitution. It used to be a American value set of values, but that's the problem with it's just multiculturalism expressing itself. When you have a Hindi, a Bangladeshi, an Afghani, a Mexican, a Nigerian, they all have competing cultures. They're diverse, correct, but they're also competing in morals, traditions, rights and wrongs. So
Uh-huh.
it's inevitable that we're going to have a clash. But we have a system where things like feminism, Marxism are set in play to take advantage of that because they
But
play on the animosity and dividing the house inside itself.
and I want to ask you, so this feminism thing, okay, it happened, and the lady was saying, just who got off, that it was that women at some point in history didn't have rights,
Hmm.
right? And then they got those, there was a change, right? And they got those rights. They could do things that they could not do.
Hmm.
Now, I hear a lot of, especially nowadays, which is surprising for me, a lot of young guys, especially, having issues with the way things are, like the relationship between men and women. And I just want to know, like, what is the issue? Either that, like, because women, I hear some women saying, "Oh, we don't care for men, whatever,"
Mhm.
and then some guys saying, "Oh no, feminism did that and destroyed that." Like,
Mhm.
if a woman says no, she doesn't want that, like a man,
Mhm.
in your view, what is wrong with that? Like,
If a woman's saying no, she doesn't want a man or need a man,
yeah,
I think
like for
Oh,
to as an individual, it doesn't hurt. It shouldn't hurt anyone. But as a collective, you make it a big thing, and where it becomes a societal thing. If women are saying societally we don't need men, we don't want men, then we don't have a society anymore because we can't reproduce. So there's eventually going to be a cliff that we will fall off of. It's called fertility collapse, and that's what's going on right now. So that is that's caused by feminism, not solely, but a big portion. But I wanted to answer some people in the chat real quick, Mestia, ma'am. So at James Gregory, so I think Googly, you were saying you can't handle. Googly said I can't handle women who have different opinions than me, and I said I just handled one. I just kicked one off the live, and he said that's your way of handling her. Well, here's the thing, sir or ma'am. If you don't have boundaries and you don't know how to handle people, then you're effectively a person with low dignity. You don't respect yourself. So if an extension of me respecting myself is handling somebody, this is something I would expect men and women to do. But for you, you don't think that I should have boundaries, which I find funny.
No, yeah.
Too Real, were you going to say something? You seem like you wanted to.
Yeah. I was gonna respond to Mistia and what she's saying. Like, what's the problem with relationships between men and women now? I would personally say what I'm seeing a lot, especially in the Black community. You know what I'm saying? Like, women want to be like, they want things like some women want things handed to them. You feel me? Like, I get that, like, you want a good man, but like if you're not doing the things that a good man would want, then like how do you expect for one to come your way? If you're outside, if you're being like a part of this, I don't know if you can get banned for this, but like, being like outside culture type stuff, like degeneracy type of stuff. That's what I'm
Like
talking about.
promiscuity and sleeping
Yeah,
around.
that stuff. It's like I can't do that for you. I can't be your man if you are out exposing yourself and being a degenerate or like doing things that aren't what a wife would do. You feel me? And that's what I would say the problem is.
Well, Too Real, if I could just step in because you made a good point. When it comes to how the Black community is here in America, Mestia, if you ever seen it, you might have seen it here on the news or in a rap video near you. Are you familiar with Black culture, Mestia?
yeah,
Okay, so
somewhat.
the reason why I bring it up, the American Black is a very interesting experiment because the feminists during the 60s and the 50s, their intention was to break down the nuclear family. The reason why they wanted to do this is because they view the patriarchy and any patriarchal systems as oppressive. And the mechanism to destroy the patriarchy is to destroy the nuclear family. So when you look at the Black community, it is a very good example of the feminist intent, because as the families in the Black community became more fragmented, baby moms, baby daddies, nobody's married, children being born out of wedlock, the fabric of the developmental structure of the child becomes broken. The kid doesn't get raised by the two parents, it gets raised by maybe a rapper or a celebrity or a gang member or somebody who you look up to that's not a good parent.
My
So
own testimony. Can I step in?
yeah.
So at my own testimony, I'm not gonna lie, he's partially right. Like when I was growing up, I mean, I had luckily two parents in the household, but he was a stepdad, but he tried his best, he did what he could, and I'm grateful for him. But at the same time, I was taking in inspiration from rappers like NBA Youngboy, King Von, and I was acting and trying to be something that I wasn't. And thank God that I had the people in my house that knew I would never be a part of that life. So like instinctively I kept away from it, but on social media, I would portray myself as a certain way that I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? And that put me around certain people who just like I just didn't live that type of lifestyle. So it's like I get what he's saying with that.
So Kate Millett is a famous feminist, and her express goal was in order to destroy the patriarchy, we have to destroy the nuclear family. In order to destroy the nuclear family, we have to promote sexual lifestyles outside of monogamy. We have to spread promiscuity and different sexual lifestyles in order to get the goal of destroying the patriarchy. So if you look at the black community, the marriage rate is abysmal. The child fatherless rate is amongst the highest in the country amongst other demographics. So what this does, once again, is the moralities and the way of life is not taught. On top of that, there's a lack of surveillance by at least 50% because you ain't got a daddy in the house. So who's going to be watching the kids when the kid might be looking at something he's not supposed to, or doing something he's not supposed to do, and then growing up how he's not supposed to? So it's completely causal.
Or even like in a single parent household, say like a single mother household, she's gonna have to be pulling the weight. She's gonna have to be working a lot to, especially if she has multiple children. So she's not going to be able to spend the adequate time with these children to make sure that they're not, seeking love and connection and community elsewhere. And that's where like gang violence and stuff like that comes in, because they want a family. So that's what shows them unity.
At a cost.
Right. Plus, I don't think any woman especially black women, should be identifying with this. They wanted to exterminate us.
Yeah,
I don't
originally.
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's
I
interesting, right? A lot of Pan-Africans or people who are about social justice, they just completely overlook
right,
Margaret Sanger, and I'm like, bruh, what are y'all doing?
right. And I mean, black women were the highest in the abortion rate, and I don't see how you could be so pro black woman and be unaliving all of them by the day. That makes no
Well, they're
sense.
just a clump of cells. So
Yeah, they say they dehumanize a human life to ease the mother of guilt. That is all. It's a human life.
Um, so
Messia, thanks for the follow.
yeah.
Jonah, thanks for the
Thank you.
follow.
It's interesting life. I gotta go, but I want to come back. Like I'll return, definitely.
Yeah, you're
'Cause I
welcome
really
back up.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you've been a good sport. Appreciate your comments.
Yeah,
All
that
right,
other
so
lady
let's
was
see.
insane.
What we're blaming feminism for dismantling nuclear families. So I'm explaining to you the intention of the feminists who y'all look up to. If you look at the National Organization of Women, they will acknowledge Kate Millett as a prominent feminist thought leader. So you're going to say that her principles that she taught, that she tried to get into, implemented, you're going to tell me that has no effect and that's not causal, especially when we're talking about sexual liberation, the promotion of reproductive rights, specifically abortion. You're going to tell me that doesn't have any link to the black community? You don't tell me it has any negative effect? If you do, I mean, I'd like to see your evidence, Kay. Let's see.
It does.
No, because at the end of the day, when you get to a certain age, it's on you to change. Yeah, that's correct. So accountability is definitely something that is American, which is good. We have a lot of pushback. Everyone on the panel here. So it's like the culture of accountability, it's still here in America. So that's the silver lining as far as whether we can turn things around.
Yeah. Are you still doing data advice? Because I got some questions.
Yeah, what's going on?
So it's like right now I'm in a period where I'm going to college and I'm trying to join the military. So it's like I'm at a point where I can't really be around certain women who are in those type of degenerate fields, And it's like I want to be outside and socialize more, and I'm trying to do that. So I just think like, how should I navigate through that?
What is your goal? When do you want to get married?
My goal is ultimately to get married by 22.
And how old are you now?
23. 19. About to
So
be
you have
20.
3 years to basically go into the military, and then what's your contract? 4 years or longer?
I want to do like, 4 to 5 years really.
4 to 5 years. Well, you're right when you mentioned the type of lifestyle that you're going to be going into. The women and men in military, they're extremely fertile. I always found it interesting why a woman would want to go into the military, especially knowing the type
Yeah.
of stigma around that. I know some people are not, a lot of women might not be aware of that, but you're going to be going into a very highly testosterone environment
Hmm.
where the men are away from the women in society except you, and you make up probably less than 20% of the military population. So you're basically going to be a caramel candy apple on a stick.
Hmm.
Um,
Maybe they like being the caramel candy apple on the stick. You ever thought
yeah,
about that?
yeah.
No, yeah, I mean, I've been in wrestling. I've done wrestling, so I understand the competitiveness when it comes to guys wanting to get certain attention. But it's like for me, it's like I just go in, be me, and whoever wants me, that's just great.
Well, I'm not talking about the attention that the men are seeking. I'm talking about women who are going into a minority population female zone where you're going to be lusted after to an extreme amount by military age virulent males for
Yeah.
4 years
And you're
straight.
asking for bad things.
Yeah, so don't ever, unless you find, I don't know, Joan of Arc or Mother Teresa in there, oh man, don't even look at
I've
them.
also heard that like there's a lot of women that will kind of throw themselves at servicemen. Like we all know, like there's movies about it, all of that. I have family in the military that have told me like stay away from the women that throw themselves at these servicemen because I guarantee you she's been with like the all of the dudes that you've had in the barracks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, barracks bunnies, stay away from
Barracks
those.
bunnies, okay. And another
I hear
thing,
you.
this isn't to say that here's a good thing about once you get out of the military. For a woman on the outside looking in, she's going to acknowledge someone who she can believe has a higher level of status because the military has made him into a man per se. They've taught him how to organize himself, how to get his affairs in order, how to be disciplined. These are all good traits there's nothing wrong for women to look after. But these would be women who are not trying to open their legs either. Thanks for the heart. I think that's a heart. So it's a good thing that you already have the intent of what the hell is that? That was some type of Sailor Moon
Right.
looking. Thanks for the heart. Violet, what's going on? Good to see you again. Thanks for the Sailor Moon thing. Now, Too Real, when it comes to your trajectory, you're going to be becoming a man of higher sexual market value when you leave. This is good because you'll have more leverage than where you're at right now, right? You probably don't have much prospects or much of a income right now, right?
Yeah, no, I'm working a part-time job as a sales associate.
Yeah, and that's great. But I'm just saying, in the contrast to what you'll be once you get out of the military, you'll have connections, you'll have a resume that speaks good because a lot of employers respect the military resumes and what you can bring. You just want to make sure you specialize in such a way that you can get that test that would align with some way what you're trying to do outside. You know what I mean? Back into the civilian life.
What branch are you wanting to go into?
Military.
Well, which one?
I mean, my
Which
bad, my
one?
bad. Army.
Army? Okay.
No.
Or you want to
Okay.
do some type of technology, medical?
Yeah, some technology. Like I'm hoping to. I've been always into photography. I like taking pictures. I've been like took like a lot of photography classes, and yeah, I hope I can get into a field where I can do that. If not, I'm really good with handiwork, and I can probably land
Well, you said
hand-
technology, and now you're mentioning mechanics and cinema. So how's the technology there?
You
What do
know
you
what I'm
mean?
saying? Like, I do a lot of editing. I edit my own videos. Is that, or am I wrong? I
No,
might
well
be.
that's involves technology, but you're usually handling media and cinema, or yeah, that would be like on the media spectrum
Yes,
regarding
sir.
the army. So you mentioned mechanic, like we're talking working on cars or good with your
Somewhere
hands? What did you mean by that?
working with my hand. I've done a little bit of construction, more so demolition and flooring. I've
Okay,
also
all right. So this is good. Look, you're becoming well rounded. Like I know some men who are of higher status because they can work with their hands as far as carpentry and contracting. So this is great. But then you're going to get the military. So you're going to be like a man's man when you get out. You get out the military, at least on the outset, right?
yeah.
But in this season, you're going to need to work through developing your inner character, your inner moral, and your inner image. You're going to need to develop your inner value, your confidence, your integrity, your moral principles. This is what you're going to need to focus on and to keep that unwavering as you go through the military. You know what I'm saying? Because your drill sergeant is going to be nasty to you. You might get hazed by your group, or there may be situations where your character is going to be tested. Like if there's a drill that you're needing to do, or you're not waking up on time. You get what I'm saying? Your character is going to be refined as you're going to the military. So this is really good where you're at and your perspective, because you already know that you need to stay away from, as Chaotic was mentioning, the barracks bunnies. And
also like men who just like are all type of like, I'm trying to show who I'm better than. Like I'm
Yeah.
a reserved type of guy. Like I'll go where I'm wanted, not tolerated.
yeah, and just are you outgoing, or are you the social type, or are you more to yourself?
I'm social when like if I'm catching a good vibe with people, I can be very sociable. But when I see like certain things and how people act, I just tend to like, yeah, I won't socialize with them.
Well, the good thing is you're going to be around a lot of men, dude. You're going to be around a lot of men, so it's going to be beneficial to your growth,
Yeah.
because you're going to be you're going to have an easier chance to develop brotherhood. So don't discount the brotherhood aspect, to where you can find some men that you're going to see like brothers, because you're going to go through training together. You're going to go through hardships. This is a good way to bond with other men as well, and to develop long-lasting relationships. Hopefully that happens. I would say you should try and get some of that, the brotherhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
And well, it's basically dating advice on ice, right? Because try and stay out of dating unless you find a really, really good, solid woman that you're convinced that she's one of high moral character. But we're just basically going to have you on ice for 3 years.
No, yeah, that makes total sense. I mean, I'm not able to do a lot of the things that I would like to do for my girlfriend, soon to be wife type of thing. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, did you have any other questions about it?
No, sir. I'm pretty sure we talked about everything I need to say. Hey, I appreciate the advice, man.
Yeah, no problem, Turel. Let me know how your enlistment goes. I hope you get in. I hope you get a favorable spot.
All right, bet. I appreciate you, man. Stay blessed.
All right, you too. Well, you're welcome back anytime.
All right, bet.
That was a good conversation. So I'm not sure who was here, but the only feminist who I had today, she came in pretty hot. She had a lot to say. Pretty masculine, if you ask me. Not that that's the end of the world, but some feminists don't have good communication skills. Let's see. Thanks for the likes, guys. Much appreciated. So I usually don't come on this early, but I mean, I got out the gym, didn't have anything else to do. So I was just in a feminist panel that was dogging men as usual. Well, here's the thing, Kit. They don't know that they're only damaging their own cause. feminism is already in its death throes, I would argue. It's reaching that point where if you think about how we got Trump in, Trump to me was a mandate on American culture because it showed that a big portion, probably half of the population, didn't care about being called a phobic, ist, whatever ist or phobic you want to put on there. They didn't care. They wanted things done. And men have started to become like that before the last. It probably started happening around 2016. Men started to become more like, I don't really care about how I'm perceived by the opposite gender. And it got even worse towards where the red pill stuff started. I would argue that the red pill is a good thing in that it helped give awareness to how women act behind closed doors, behind the Disney movie, behind the curtain, right? It had other bad things, but that was its main benefit. And what that's causing is for men to be like, wait a minute. Let me try and renegotiate my terms here. So a same tactic that the feminists use is a similar tactic that the Marxists and the leftists use. They try and shame, ridicule, they try and henpeck, and they basically nag to try and get you to do what they want. Well, Trump is a sign that America has rejected that. So hopefully, what I would argue is as more and more men have conversations or hear the conversations I'm having, or to watch debates, or they go on these podcasts and they listen to these podcasts, they're going to start having that same mentality. I don't care what these feminists are saying. We're going to do what we need to do, and this is how it's going to be. And when you tell that to a woman, they have no recourse. The only thing they can do is appeal to other men. Why do we have two definitions for red pill? I don't even like the Matrix, and I know it means awake. Well, Tyler, I think it's because the way red pill started was the meme that it started with. I think there's arguments that red pill started off as a dating concept, and people in the conservative side took that. But however, they still have the same idea. You take the red pill, you start to really look at how women are and how they behave, not how they say, not what they say. You start to look at what they respond to, not what they say, so that it sounds good. Because there's a lot of virtue signaling from the left. There's a lot of virtue signaling from feminism. It's because at least feminism is inherently feminine. And the left is dominated by feminists. So the culture is going to be always trying to save face, be politically correct, not say what you really mean, these type of things. When you take the red pill, you look behind that, which is the truth behind it. So that's where I think it has a benefit. I'm seeing men checking out of dating. Yeah, men checking out of dating is exactly one of those things that I'm explaining. When men check out of dating, they're explaining, I don't want to deal with women. If I want to be a gentleman, and I don't want to deal with women who aren't ladies, and I'm looking at the dating landscape, and a lot of them aren't ladies, but I'm just not going to date these non-ladies. If women are acting like ladies of the night, and I don't want to deal with ladies of the night, I don't want to pay for dates of women who are doing this. All the feminists can do is kick and scream. But the men who have checked out of dating, they don't care about being called names or an incel. They don't care about that stuff. I'm just alive. Well, David, it's glad to hear, man. Society is cooked. We're going to be South Korea. Well, it seems that the feminists who love to end innocent life in the womb, they're going to continue to do so, and they won't be able to reproduce their own ideology. So it stands to reason that either the Americans who are left over or the more conservative immigrants who are here are just going to overpopulate and overthrow the ideology either way. So I don't think America is as doomed as you think. We're already at like 1.7 birth rate. That's right, Kit. We definitely are. So I think I might be getting throttled here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset the live, Kit. David, Tyler, Cashwell. I'm going to reset the live, see if we can drum up some more engagement. That's what Hillary Clinton tried to campaign on, and she failed. What's so, Haley? Was it I'm with her, that type of stuff, or what? They're pressing it down to kids through the education system. Yeah, but the more and more conservative it seems that we're becoming, what's going on right now is the left has pushed so many people so far. They've alienated a lot of people who were in the center, and they're eating their own such that a lot of regular centrist Democrats are becoming more and more to the right because they're being pushed there and then they stay there. An example of that would be people like Tim Pool. Tim Pool is a journalist who I would argue was like a Vice magazine type libertarian lefty. But here we are. He's more conservative in the last 5 to 6 years than I've ever seen him back when he used to do a show. He's getting further and further right because he's seeing the threat. And the threat is leftism. The threat is feminism. That's the cancer that must be cut out. Let's see. Okay. So what I'll do, I think I'm gonna reset the live, guys, and I'll see you in a moment. I'll be right back. Let's see. I'm on top of YouTube this time. I'm on top of it. Testing. Ugh. Well, on the YouTube side, let's see. On the YouTube side. Thanks for the likes, man. Appreciate it. So you were here last time, Kit, when that feminist came on. Like, do they not understand that if you're looking for leadership, if you're looking for charisma, if you're looking for qualities that can change and persuade, being emotionally demanding, and like flailing your emotions around and being disruptive, being kind of a bitch, this does not make you more admirable. This just makes you annoying. It makes men who are valuable see what you're doing and be like, all right, well, this lady's crazy. She doesn't respect authority. She doesn't respect boundaries. So why the hell would I listen to anything she has to say seriously? That seems to me to be a reasonable response to women like the feminists who I had on today. But for some men, they think women should act like that, and there should be no consequence to that. I find that very sickening. Those type of men who think like that, because I would call those type of men weak. If my friend was doing that, I would say he's weak and a fool. Hell, I've even said that to some of my friends before. But yeah, man, women who are unruly and nasty, yuck. Yeah, but the other single, bitter bitchs venerate them. Well, they can have their echo chambers and they can die alone, because that's eventually what will happen. Men, they'll just scare off or devour because they don't like leadership and they subconsciously hate weak men. So it'll just be a natural consequence. They'll eat of the fruit of their own way. The Bible says it's better to be in the wilderness or on the corner of a rooftop than with a brawling woman. A woman who always begs to differ. A woman who's always got to share her opinion and counter fact. A woman who's playing counter or devil's advocate on purpose. These are women who you just shouldn't date. So I think it'd be in any man's best interest to run away from women like this. If the Bible says something, you should really listen to it. That's your average feminist. Feminism has created a political structure of just airing out grievances and complaining and begging the government to get something done. Begging men, by the way. But they have personified that verse to be a nasty, complaining, ridiculing, pathologizing woman at large. It's just crazy because they want traditional masculine men, but don't want to be held to the same tradition or standard. Yeah, that's definitely sure. That's definitely for sure, Kit. It's like, well, granted, we're all going to want what we want as humans, whether we deserve it or not, is really for God to say, for God to determine. I can say a woman like that doesn't deserve it, but the thing is, men agree to it, you know? So what can I do? I can't force the men to not be with those type of women, but I can have discussions with people like you, and hopefully as my channel grows, I have more influence to basically be like, damn, you know what? I should get rid of that chick. Oh, you know what? My wife cheated on me? Yeah, I should probably get rid of her too. These type of things are, but the thing is, I wouldn't say there's a double standard that I would hold for how I would advise women, because there's women who deal with a lot of men who are unfaithful or are not good leaders. They should make sure that they really find a good leader before they marry anybody who they can't trust, because that I would think, as I speak to women and as I advise women, I think more and more that that's something that has been coming up. It's been a reoccurring theme with a lot of the women who I've had on this live who ask for advice. They're kind of afraid and they second guess whether or not they have a good leader. And oftentimes they have good reason not to trust the leadership of the men they're dating. And when I hear that stuff like that, I almost think the relationship's likely going to be over. Because if a woman can't trust you or feel safe, she can't really respect you. And if she can't respect you, it's very difficult for her to love you. You can love somebody because you have like history with them, but I'm talking about the love that is decisional and is easier to endure than just having a principle. Let's see. they get triggered. They get so triggered by body count. Well, I think for a lot of women, they know deep down that what they're doing is likely not a good idea. Because you have to think about it from a woman's perspective. And this is going to be my theory on it. It's a bit difficult to understand, but in my opinion, I think a lot of women know that when they trade their body for a certain thing, whether it be a relationship or loyalty with a man or better treatment from a man, and they don't get what they want out of that trade, they're going to feel cheaper after. And when you compound that effect, a lot of women who don't like body count, the body count thing, have kind of like guilty conscience.
What's up?
What's going on, man? What's your age?
18.
What brings you up today? Thanks for coming on.
I was just like confused.
So you were confused. I think your audio cut off. I think you might have
anti-feminist.
your reception.
So, would you classify yourself as a?
Are you on data? Are you on mobile data right now, or are you on Wi-Fi? Because your audio is going in and out. I can't really hear what you're saying.
Hello?
Yeah.
How about now?
I think it's better. Let's see.
Okay. I just had a few questions. What you meant by anti-feminist? Like, would you classify yourself as a misogynist or no?
No, I would classify myself as someone who supports patriarchal norms, chivalry, traditional dating strategies or practices. Masculine men, feminine women, men leading, women following. That's the type of thing I would promote, and I reject most, if not all, premises of feminism.
I agree with what you're saying, but I don't know. Like, I feel like it's a little extreme, don't you think? I feel like hold on, I'm trying to think of what to say. I was just kind of confused what you meant by anti-feminist. I've never heard that before. That's why I wanted to join and just ask a few questions.
Yeah,
But,
my live is not to rage bait. This is my true feeling. This is my true conviction. I hate feminism. I hate what it's done. Chaotic, thanks for the community hearts, I think they are. Thanks for that, Chaotic. I hate feminism. I view it as a cancer, and I view it as a lot of reasons why our dating market, our dating relations between men and women are so bad. So what I mean by a feminist is a woman who is the movement of egalitarianism amongst the sexes in all walks of life. And what it does, it's the way that it moves is to try and promote equality and equity and destroy patriarchal structures. A patriarchal structure is the institution of marriage, how we had it. A patriarchal structure is the family unit that we've had for at least 250 years here in America. I view these things as sacred, and I view their destruction of those things as offensive and something to fight against. Feminists want to do that because it's the patriarchy and the nuclear family is an obstacle for their goal.
the nuclear family is, so you agree with the nuclear family?
Yes, I do.
Um,
We'll be back in a few,
um,
Chaotic. All right, we'll hear back from you soon, Chaotic. Go ahead, man.
what I was gonna say was, I agree. Like, I agree with what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. But to a point, I feel like anti-feminism. So I'm kind of at a loss for words. I'm not even gonna lie. I agree with what you're saying, but I just feel like feminism has like led to a lot of women's rights, and I feel like women's rights is something that I agree with, and
Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna let you talk.
No, I mean, I know your thoughts are a bit, you know, they're a bit amorphous, but I'm hearing, I'm trying to, you got the rope like this, right? And I'm trying to
Like
jump in.
I
So you can
believe
just
what you're
keep talking.
saying.
That's fine.
I believe what you're saying, but I also believe in equal rights between genders, you know? Like what I'm saying is like a woman can go support a family and be a breadwinner. Like my for instance, like my uncle, he's a stay-at-home father, and his wife, which is my aunt, makes all the money, and they have a perfectly normal family, raised all the children. Yeah, so I just
Do you think that's
I don't
generally
know.
how? Do you think that's generally how it should be? Because exceptions are always allowed, right?
Yeah.
There can be men who are not breadwinners, but do you think societies form better with men who aren't breadwinners or men who are? What do you think society forms better around if you had to choose?
I feel like that's unfair to bring up because you're saying like you're asking me what I think, but in society it's always been the norm for the man to be the breadwinner, and it's always been the it's always been a societal norm for the man to be the head of the house and the man to be the breadwinner. And I just think like it's not really, I feel like gender doesn't really tie into the your work, you know? Like
Gender doesn't tie into your work.
I'm sorry, I'm
Well,
trying to think
I'm not saying you're
efficient.
incorrect. I'm just trying to get clarity here.
Like what I'm trying to say is like I understand what you're trying to say, but I just feel like it's a little bit extreme. I don't know.
All right. Well, we would have to start from first. We would have to start from the most recent wave to the first wave. We have to move backwards, and I can make my position more reasonable, and then the less reasonable as we go towards the first wave. So the fourth wave is more about intersectionality and inclusivity. Are you familiar with the fourth wave of feminism? What we have now, basically the split, where there's women who are about trans exclusionary rights and women who aren't. Women
Mhm.
who don't want to have transgender people in the movement and women who do. That's the schism right now.
So the fourth movement is uh correct me if I'm wrong, supporting the trans.
Well, there's probably 60% of feminists who are on board and 40% who aren't. They would be called trans exclusive reactionary feminists. They're called TERFs. The TERFs are the ones who don't want the transgender ideology in unison with the feminism.
And
They don't want same.
I feel like that's where like I would I mean, I'm no I mean,
You subscribe to some feminist principles, but if you were a feminist, you would be that the TERF.
yes, correct.
Okay,
100%.
well then you would say on the opposite end, that's extreme, right? Letting men into women's bathrooms would be extreme, correct?
Yes. I
Okay,
agree 100%.
so let's go to another thing about the fourth wave. The fourth wave promotes spreading awareness for sexual violence. I'm not sure if I can't even say that TikTok without getting banned, but they try and spread awareness for what they would classify as that type of violence. But
Okay.
the route at which they're going to, if you see people online, they're talking about there's no such thing as a victim of false allegations. Would you say that's extreme?
Can you repeat that one time?
Have you ever
One more
seen a
time, please?
feminist here on TikTok have a live or post on their video their feminist ideology expressing that there's no such thing as a victim of a false allegation of sexual impropriety? So let's just say you went to school and you had relations with a woman at a frat party, and then later she changed her mind, and the school system suspended you. Would you say that's reasonable?
No, completely unreasonable.
Well, the feminists would argue you are a necessary means to an end. They would hold the principle that we should believe all women. Would you say that that is an extreme position?
Yes.
All right. So you'll if you ever want to test what I'm saying, just type in feminism and use your thumb to scroll down and see women talk about how it's all men until it's no men. Or if
See,
you're
and that's what I don't agree with, because like there are a lot of feminists that are very extreme, and I don't agree with the, like, people saying like kill all men and stuff like that. I don't agree with it at all, and I don't you know um like I see where the I'm sorry.
perhaps you see where the movement has lost its way, but you still agree with some type of principle regarding
Yes.
equality.
Because I agree with equal rights, and I agree that women should have the same opportunities and abilities as men do. But I don't agree with the extremism, like of I don't know, being harsh to the opposite gender, as in like how feminists are very rude and cruel to males.
All right. And Maria says, treat women like humans. This type of rhetoric creates a divide that shouldn't be here in the first place. And I'll explain to you another extremity by responding to Maria. When it comes to what's extreme, it would be what is not reasonable. That's how I would define what is extreme, what is far off, perhaps ridiculous or absurd. It's a principle taken to its absurd end. Would you agree with that definition?
Yes.
Well, when you take principles to their absurd ends, you get the practice of feminism. Because as a feminist, if I'm really serious about my belief, I will assume or try and make things all equal. Does that sound reasonable to you? But if you just had to put a feminist brain in your head, a feminist is going to assume feminism in all acts of her life, right? If she really wants the feminist goal.
Yes.
Well, she's going to try and flatten all disparities or all hierarchies that don't benefit her or that she sees as hierarchical. So when I say hierarchy, I just mean a leveling system where there's higher status or power at the
Where
top.
women are at the top, is what you're trying to say?
Well, hierarchy is just like, it's a leveling system. Let me look at the definition real quick because it's important.
Isn't a hierarchy something where it's just like almost as in like a caste system, like just there's rankings and then
Rankings, status, authority, and importance. They don't like hierarchies because they don't like disparity of authority. So if there's a woman, right? If there's a woman who has a lot of, I'll give you a reasonable one, right? Here's where I can agree with a feminist. A woman who is just came from Wisconsin. She's at Hollywood. She meets a Harvey Weinstein, right? Who's got the power and authority? Harvey, right?
Yeah.
The woman is just a hick from North Carolina, wherever state I said. She's just trying to make it. So you see the power disparity?
Yes.
They don't like those power disparities. But what they don't explain to you is the woman
Well,
is making a voluntary exchange. She has her own free will. What if a woman's not forced to do it and then maybe she regrets it later on? Should she be held to the same? Is she just as innocent as the woman who was tricked? What would you say?
Well, I feel like that's not. So what you're trying to tell me is she, like what you told me before, that this girl got with a big shot and then
She regrets
ended
it.
up ended up regretting it, and then
Now she wants to
saying it
go to
was
the
some.
court. Now she wants to sue him. Now she wants
Okay.
to say there was
Well,
impropriety there. Is that
well, yes,
fair?
that's no, it's not at all.
I'm telling you, your average feminist will say we should believe her. Well, why should we believe her? She just doesn't like the deal she got, even though she voluntarily accepted it. So when we talk about feminism, we have to understand that a real feminist, if they're consistent with their principles, they're going to assume equality in all acts of life. If they really want this feminist, this egalitarianism, they're going to try and flatten all hierarchies. But here's the thing. Is it possible, sir, that hierarchies might be reasonably needed, or they might be there for a good reason, and they serve a function in society that's beneficial? Is that possible?
Well, yes, because some people perform better than others in higher jobs, you know, like the reason people are at the top of hierarchies is because they perform well. Oh well.
All right.
Oh well.
Anyways.
Wow, that was terrible.
Yeah.
But yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do agree with that. How hierarchies in some like sort of way are reasonable.
Would it be reasonable for a man to get with a woman? Let's just say you have a principle, and your principle is, I want to meet a faithful woman. Okay?
Yes.
And the way that you gauge faithfulness is based on partner history.
Yes.
Therefore, you don't like women who have a high body count. You disqualify them by default.
Okay.
Is this reasonable?
Yes.
A feminist would call you a misogynist. This is feminism, and this. So you're saying that this is extreme, but I'm explaining to you that this is part of their philosophical principles. Women philosophers in the 60s, feminist ones, would explain that your type of thinking is internalized misogyny. Does that not sound extreme to you?
Yes, it does.
This is the third wave that we're talking about. The third wave is going to be the sexual revolution, the promotion of a different type of family dynamics. Would it be reasonable for you to say that you don't want to date a single mom? Let's just say you don't want to sire someone else's kid. Is it reasonable for a man to have that standard?
Yes.
A feminist would
Because
say
there's
you
a
have
lot
a
of
little dick,
financial-
you're
there are-
insecure. A feminist
Yeah.
will say that you're part of toxic masculinity.
Well, that's honestly stupid in my opinion, because there's on kids like single mothers, that's a financial burden that you have to take, you know.
So, I mean, I'm just making the case right now on how extreme the feminist position is, because it lacks reason and it's absurd. Because if the feminist had her way, the man should, against his own nature and his own instinct, he should marry a woman with a high body count. He should marry a woman with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 baby daddies. It shouldn't matter to him. He should do it. Do you see how this is a way to? You see how this is extreme and absurd?
Yes.
So, I mean, so we can go to the second wave. And let me just pull up and make sure I get the second wave more accurate. I think the second wave is more about legal representation and workforce participation. But let me just make sure.
Which I do agree with.
It's the second. A major movement that emerged. Well, the first wave focused on legal rights like suffrage. The second wave broadened the debate to challenge aspects in society, including workplace discrimination, domestic violence, and reproductive rights. All right, so that's where we're at. We're at the second wave now. Hansel.
Yo, what up, brother? I just wanted to come on and say I dig the waves, man. Nice waves, brother.
Hey,
Very
Hansel, I
nice.
appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
All right, I appreciate it. By virtue of my waves alone, I appreciate it.
Salute to you, sir. Yes,
Salute.
sir. Yes, sir.
So when it comes to the second wave, this
I
is
just
where.
wanna say-
Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody in the chat, why is everybody like trying to hate? If they're hating, they should join and debate you.
Well, this is where the reason goes off the rails here. This is the feminism. This is feminism at the moment. This is why we must take a stand, because the women in the chat, minus a couple of wonderful few, chaotic being one, a lot of the women in the chat are becoming like harpies. They're becoming rabid. They're starting to melt like the Wicked Witch of the West. What I'm saying to them, even though it's reasonable, I haven't made any unreasonable claims here. I've only had logical arguments that one leads to the other, but they can't help themselves but become upset because they feel attacked. Their ideology is threatened. Now, a reasonable person would, like you say, come up and have a discussion. But this is how feminism. This is where feminism
You're
has
gay,
gotten
you're
to.
gay, you're gay, you're gay, you're gay, you're
Yeah,
gay,
so
you're fat, you're gay.
I can be gay and still be making good points. So thanks for coming on. So when it comes to the second wave, let's see. Haters, thanks for the follow. Cole, thanks for the follow. I'm very libertarian, so I agree with everything he's saying. It's logical. Hey, I got a bone to pick with you libertarians. I used to be a libertarian as well, but I appreciate it. So when it comes to the second wave, if I could just bring it back up. Well, I didn't mean to I'm ranting right now. If you wanted to mention anything, you know what I'm saying? I'm being a bit verbose. Did you have anything you wanted to bring up?
I was just more open for talking because I was confused about what you meant by anti-feminism, but like I've understood throughout the conversation we've had why you believe what you believe and why it makes sense.
Now, I'm arguing that the feminist position was unreasonable from the beginning, but I'll get to that as I go to from the second to the first.
So you don't wasn't the first wave just about equal?
It was about
equal
suffrage,
right?
suffrage particularly.
And you don't agree with suffrage?
No, I do not. Universal, I don't. Trey, thanks for the follow.
Why do you not?
I don't because men and women are not equal. Do you think men and women are equal?
Yes.
Was that a yes? You sound a bit muffled.
Yes.
So are we equal in likeness? Are we equal in status? Are we equal in, I can agree we're equal in dignity, right?
Yes.
Because we presume that as we go through our lives, right? We're not going around backhanding women or talking grimy to them just by virtue of them being women, right? But that is a chivalrous part of you. Are you a gentleman? Would you say that you're a gentleman to your women that you're with? Or do you try to be? Do you aspire to be?
To the ones I like, yeah.
Right. So you want to give her a level of courtesy and act in that role. You want to be chivalrous to her. Why? This is a hierarchy. Is that not a hierarchy? You're saying she's in a way she's the weaker vessel, so let me open the door for her. Let me give her the grace of making sure I'm on the outside of the road when we walk. These are privileges that you give to her by virtue of her being a woman. Is that not hierarchical?
Yes.
A feminist would say this is internalized misogyny again. Now I'm explaining to you the academic and the logical principles that the feminist must submit to if she believes in equality. She doesn't like hierarchies. She doesn't like any form of traditional.
But I feel like that's not even a hierarchy in a way. It's more so just societal norms.
A societal norm can be a hierarchy. We can have a normal agreement that a woman who sleeps around is less desirable. That means she's lower on the hierarchy of the sexual market, where a woman doesn't do that is higher
Well,
ranked,
that's an
right?
entirely different hierarchy from just suffrage.
But it's a hierarchy nonetheless. I'm explaining to you.
A women's body count is not the same thing as suffrage, women's suffrage.
Yes, you're correct. It is a different industry or aspect of way of life. The suffrage is a legal thing, and the body count is a sexual dynamic thing. That is correct. But what I'm explaining to you is that the feminist mind or the movement is defined simply like this: the movement of egalitarianism amongst the genders or sexes with the dismantling of the patriarchy. These two things are interlinked, and they are inseparable from feminism, because you cannot have one without the other. If you're trying to get egalitarianism, you cannot have a hierarchy that is in the way of that. There's a patriarchy that grants rights or grants privileges. You cannot get to your egalitarianism ever. It must be dismantled. Otherwise, you cannot be on a level playing field. Now, you're mentioning legality, but that was just the first step because it's the easiest to market. Things like body count, the Me Too movement, these are things that are less easy to digest and market. But does that make sense?
No.
So you're saying, look, man, I hear that a lot of the things are unreasonable about body count, but that has nothing to do with rights. It has nothing to do with whether someone should vote or not.
Oh, correct. I agree with that.
Here's how it is related. A feminist cannot just have a legal position. She must, a feminist is taught, if you look at gender theory, if you look at women's studies and the promotion of feminism, you'll see that the feminists cannot just be relegated to the legal or political section of society. It must be everywhere. It must be in HR policy. It must be in media. It must be in cultural dynamics.
Are you positive?
Yes, I'm very positive.
Because I just don't. I want to get that fact check because I don't believe we're talking about. Okay.
Well, what about the feminist principles? What are I can type that in. What are the principles of feminism?
Women's rights, women's suffrage, women progression for women.
Yeah, so I'll just pull it up. I'll pull it up for the chat to see. Let me just pull it up here, and let's see if we can agree on these things. Let me figure out how I'm going to do. Add source.
And I agree with that. No.
Let's capture. What window are we capturing?
Hello?
Yeah, what's going on? Still here.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. Just trying to get this source added. I'm not sure if you can really see it. I know it's rather small, so I'll zoom in onto equality and justice. You see this here? Oh wow, I'm getting
Yes.
Look, as I'm speaking to you, I'm getting flagged by the harpies in the chat because I'm just trying to give you a sound argument against feminism. Everybody in the chat, I'd appreciate the likes because right now I'm getting restricted because somebody flagged me. So I appreciate all the support. Your in reality, guys, when it comes to me just taking a minority position, I understand it's not nice to say. It makes people's pearls, it makes people clutch their pearls. But ultimately, my monetization or my livelihood will not likely come from ad revenue. It's likely going to come from support like you guys. So I appreciate it. All the likes. So we look at this here: equality and justice, eliminating gender stratification and working toward both social and economic justice for all genders. So,
and I agree with that.
Okay, well here's where I can explain to you that you wouldn't. Social, economic justice for all genders. Well, how are they going to distribute justice? What is your name? Because I didn't know how to pronounce the icon.
Oh, TJ.
TJ. All right, great. My name is James. So, eliminating gender stratification, working towards both social and economic justice for all genders. Here's the thing. What is going to be the perspective of justice that a feminist will use? it'll be based on the principles of egalitarianism, right?
Explain, rerun egalitarianism to me
Yeah.
one more time.
We'll just pull it up. Egalitarianism. A political and social philosophy rooted in the belief that all humans are fundamentally equal in moral worth. It advocates for human rights, or equal rights, equal treatment under the law, and the removal of unjust social, economic, or political hierarchies based on race, gender, class, or background. This is a fundamental principle of feminism.
And how is that wrong?
It's wrong because I can explain to you how descriptively it contradicts. And in your own responses to some of my questioning, you said things are unreasonable. That I'm explaining to you, a feminist would force to be equal. A feminist would force to be equal the dating market. Everyone should be worthy of everyone, regardless of what they've done in the past. However many bodies they've racked up, they should still get themselves a man who doesn't want them. That man should want them because he should believe in he should believe in removing the unjust social economic hierarchy. A feminist would say that's unjust. It's unjust that a woman who slept around can't have a man who she could have gotten if she didn't. That's what a feminist will say. If you think I'm lying, go to a feminist panel and ask them, does body count matter? They will say unanimously no.
Which I don't agree. Yeah, which I don't agree with. But
do you
I don't agree.
Do you think body
just
count
because
matters?
Yes, but
Okay,
I don't
well,
agree.
you're
I
a
don't agree with.
misogynist.
I don't think I'm a misogynist.
Doesn't matter. That's the feminist position. You might call it extreme, but it doesn't matter. I'm explaining to you, this is how they think. You just, what's going on right now, TJ, is I'm not trying to be mean, but feminism, you just don't understand it. You're not aware of how common it is. It's like the Matrix, dude. Everywhere around you, you're going to find, have you ever watched The Matrix?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Agent Smiths and the people who are trying to snuff out all the anomalies like myself, they're going to exist in the chat. They're going to try and get me flagged. Now, I'm not like crying about it. I'm just explaining to you, feminism is all around you. Some of the most conservative women you'll see are probably feminists. When we think about things like abortion, how we view sexual impropriety to women, it's all been informed by feminism. Dating has been informed by feminism. The sexual culture has been informed by feminism. This is all feministly caused by them. But you're just saying, well, yeah, they should still vote. So we can get to that now. Because to be honest, this is the easiest. And Tubbs, what's going on?
I just kind of, not relevant to y'all's conversation, I came up here to give you an update on the situation that I told you about. I think it was like 2 months ago.
Yeah, Tubbs. Well, let's pause my
Yeah.
entire conversation. Let's get to that. What's going on, Tubbs?
I'll give you a recap. You remember my sister's significant other was the one that was doing the
adult. Yes.
Yeah. So I went to my my preachers and the men in my life, and they helped me through this. And she is no longer. I didn't force her to do it, but she willingly stepped away from that, and she went to our ministry, like the I don't know. I think it's a
parish.
I don't know what the word is. Yeah, but for predominantly females, and she actually went with the nuns for, I think it was like a month, and she recently came out, and she
went monk mode.
Understands. Yeah, she went, and I'm like, you do what you feel is appropriate. My mom was like, yeah, I think that would be smart, and she went there, and she was allowed to leave at any point, and she now understands, and she's not. She's cut all ties with him.
Praise God, man. Praise God.
And but I thought about what you said to me, and it really hurt me at the time. But I understand now why you said it would have been worse if I went to the marriage than what I wouldn't have. And I understand. That hurt me, and now I truly understand what you meant, because that is probably worse than what would have happened if I didn't step in.
Tubbs, man, you stepped in, man, and in reality, it's really a hopeless situation because it's not like you can grab anybody by the collar and make them do what they want in their relationship, right? But it's good that basically the entire church community stepped in, and you stepped in as the family member. So the influence you have, you realize the power, right?
Yes.
And it's good. It's a great freaking outcome.
I appreciate you listening to me and letting me up and talk. I truly appreciate it,
Hey.
even though it might not seem like it. I appreciate your time and also telling me to go reflect some more before I went to my parish, and I truly appreciate that.
Yeah, Tubbs, that's wonderful news. Is honestly, I'm gonna tell my wife about this. This is freaking awesome. It's like, dude, man, you helped. You were a part of steering her back onto the correct path. You know what I mean? A more righteous path.
Yeah.
Well, Tubbs, did you want to mention anything else?
I wanted to ask you: is there how would I go about suggesting the same for the gentleman, even though it might not be appropriate for me? But I think how would I go about potentially trying to get him out of that sphere safely, but not forcefully? Because I don't want him to continue down that a route of hole in that kind of I just don't think that's appropriate.
Yeah, it's not good for anyone. What is your relation to him outside of your
nothing
by proxy?
I have nothing by proxy. I have nothing, but it just, regardless of the male female, it just breaks my heart seeing anyone go down that route, and feeling that that's the only outcome that they have. That's just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
This might be a different time. I know I interrupted y'all's conversation.
Well, would you mind if I enlighten the audience on what's going on?
Yeah, be my guest.
Right,
You're more than welcome to.
Long story short, what happened was there was a situation where a gentleman's sibling was dating an adult film star, and I was strongly suggesting that he try and intervene in the way that he can, and to basically try and use all the influence he can to encourage his sister to get out of a relationship such as that. And he's just reporting back that it was successful. And hell, on top of that, she got even closer in her faith, thus solidifying her position likely, but she's not going to be going back. I mean, I never heard of people taking a vow of silence, man. You heard her go in monk mode? She just basically went into the dojo, like the spiritual hyperbolic chamber. So this is great to hear.
Well, I don't know if it's that. She was surrounded by nuns, and they helped her talk through that
for a month.
From what she's told to me. Yeah, for a month.
Yeah, who do you know that's going to become with the nuns for a month? Who do you know is doing that?
Besides my uncle, I don't know anybody.
This is not common. She's basically like Vegeta and Goku going into hyperbolic time chamber, training for the next scenario, training for maybe.
Yes.
Maybe it's a crude analogy, but
that's her choice. She was the one that chose that.
Yeah.
But how should I go
back to the guy?
Yeah.
You can't really do much, man. You don't know this guy from Adam. You can really only pray for him. And if your paths ever cross, because here's what I believe. This is just me personally. I could be wrong. But for most cases, when you cut ties with your spouse or your girlfriend and it was justified, it was righteous, there should be no contact from your sibling. You don't want to muddy any type of network. You want to stand with your blood. You want to stand with the right side. And So you really, we have to be with your sister. We have to be loyal to her. This isn't because you're going to. This is in the best interest of your sister and your family first. That man has already chosen his what he wanted to do, and we can only pray for him. And what happens after? Let's just say he reaches out to you. Maybe you can send him some passages in scripture about how he can fight temptation, but don't contact this dude.
My bishop told me to send a single letter at about, he said around September, send him a single letter that doesn't talk about anything with my sister, but is more about religion. That just send him, think about what you want to put on the letter and send it to him. And I'm like, I don't know if
That dude's a lost cause.
I wouldn't say he's a lost. I wouldn't say he's a lost cause.
But
though.
I don't. Out of pure curiosity, I actually looked at the, and it's just the stuff that he's doing.
It's wild.
I couldn't help.
Yeah, but you see, you're a bit,
I don't know.
you're a bit
It's not
too.
safe for.
All I'm saying is you're a bit too involved, man. It's getting too.
I know.
It's almost like if I was a police, I was the head of police, I'd be like, Sergeant, what are you doing, man? You're getting too close to the fire. This case is too much right now. You're getting too involved. Now, if that's what your spiritual headship or mentor or authority says, I'm not that over you, so I wouldn't. This would just be my counsel, so I would have to respect his thing too.
But it just, I don't know how. Like I want to help him because.
But why not let God help him? Why can't you just do it through prayer? I mean, if you're going to send the letter, okay, well.
I don't know if I am. That's why I asked if you have a different perspective on how to. If I should just a lost cause and let it be.
You should. Or have you been praying about it?
I have. Like I didn't even know you were streaming today. I'll be honest, I didn't know till I got a notification like I think 30 minutes ago, and I was like, oh, come on, whenever I have a moment. So yes, I have been praying. It's just I don't really know. I don't really have anyone outside of my sister and my mom to talk to because at the moment it's just been work and.
Well, you have two. You have 2 points of counsel right now. Me and your father, right? Your spiritual father.
Yes. Yes,
well,
sir.
At that point, you're going to have to make a decision in reality. Because if you don't have any other points of counsel, I would not. Don't talk to your mom or your sister about that.
That's why I came to you. I haven't spoke to them. I primarily just have my father, and he also wants to help him. But I'm like, I don't know if we're both just in a lost cause situation. I want to get like a different perspective on it before I make any rash decisions that could potentially put myself and my sister in a situation that's more damaging than what it was.
Yeah, and that's where I would go back to saying, is it worth the risk to you?
Yeah.
And because there's other ways, because you would be assuming that this is the only way you can do it. But that would also be assuming that you can't pray and have God work on him.
True.
Because sometimes, here's another thing I'll say about it. Sometimes we can be getting in the way of God's wrath, God's chastising. And why would you want to get in the way of, like, what if he needs to go through something right now and you're preventing that? What if he needs to go through that in order to come out better on the other end, better, learning from his lesson the hard way? What if God is trying to teach him something the hard way, and you might be stepping in the way of that?
I will have to pray on that and come back another day. But before I say anything, but I truly appreciate y'all's time.
Yeah, no problem.
All you guys come back. I'll let you guys go back to y'all's conversation.
Well, it was
Of
definitely
course.
a good departure. But thanks for coming up. You're welcome back up. Glad to hear any updates.
Thank you.
All right, Tubbs. Man, that's heavy.
All right, where were we?
Okay, so the promotion of equality. This is not just we were talking about the second wave, and I was going to
Yes.
get to the first and how it's a lot easier to show the contradictions in the first. The way that the suffragettes came about was in the 1800s to early 1900s. The position itself was not as popular as it is promoted, as it's told throughout history. In reality, it only started to get a lot of its popularity closer to the years when the 19th Amendment was passed. So this is going to be when the position was funded and supported by a lot of the rich robber barons of the time.
Yes.
Rockefeller, Carnegie, I think as well. So a lot of big money started to become into the suffragette movement. But that's not
Which I agree
necessarily
with.
Yeah, well, that's not necessarily where I'm trying to take it. The position was really split. There was like for a large portion of the time, it was 30% of the women in the West or in America were suffragettes. Another 30% were anti-suffragettes, and the other 30% were basically neutral or not really involved of women. But the arguments against women having the right to vote was regarding duty and authority. Now, this was coming right out of the World War I, which was in 1917. And women who weren't at war really understood this argument that women are not necessarily capable collectively of fighting the wars. So why should we decide how we get to fight the wars, when we get to fight the wars, who gets to lead us to war? It didn't make sense to them. They didn't want the responsibility civilly that came with it. And to this day, feminists do not argue. Feminists never try and get selective service forced on women. What they're effectively doing right now is this. Men have to go to war if there's a draft. You'll see it here in the Ukraine. Men from 15 or 16 to 60 cannot be a refugee. They cannot be a refugee. If you're a Ukrainian male, you cannot be a refugee in the EU because you're barred from doing that because you're supposed to be drafted to the war. The women can run free. This is the feminist position on virtually all the countries outside of Israel. The feminists want to vote the men to go to war. They don't want to fight the wars themselves. This is the position. And the anti-suffragettes knew that. That was their main argument. They didn't want to do civil, they didn't want to do jury duty, they didn't want to do drafting, they didn't want to be drafted. But I'm explaining to you the reality, and this is this. Women are not collectively capable of overthrowing the will of men. They've never been able to. They're not capable collectively of fighting the wars. This history shows that.
Says who?
Says all of history. Point to me a time where women collectively overthrew the will of men. It doesn't happen. Why does it not happen? Because it's highly likely that they're not capable of doing it. That's a reason. That's just an argument from high probability.
Okay.
If that's true,
how does that tie into suffrage, though?
It ties into suffrage because the way we have now, the men are drafted in order to vote. In order to vote, you have to sign up for the selective service.
Yes.
As a man, but if you have a vagina, you don't have to do that. This is a privilege that the feminist position is based on. The feminist position is based on a patriarchal hierarchy. The men have to fight the wars. The men have to maintain the law. The men have the monopoly on force. The men grant the laws to women. Women cannot they cannot grant laws. Descriptively, they cannot. History does not show that.
I still feel like they should have the ability to vote for if their country is going to war. like have the uh I still think they should be able to vote for that because
Okay, so we're
their
talking about should
representation
right now.
matters.
You're hearing the descriptive argument I'm making, and you're saying I hear that. I hear that's true, but I still think we should. So I've only made a descriptive argument at the moment.
But what you're saying is, since only men fight the wars, they should
Not
only be
only
able to vote for it. That's
that's
not. That's
not only
that
men.
doesn't.
I'm
It doesn't make
saying
sense.
men. And okay, so we're talking about characteristics. We have to understand that we're speaking in generalities. When we're speaking
Okay.
about the general population, men and women, we have to play like on the averages. So when I'm talking about the collective force mechanism, that is a exclusive male thing. Does that mean women can't participate? Sure, but they would be the exception to the general statement I'm making, the general rule. So the exception does not disprove the rule. It only makes it more a general statement. So it's generally true that women are not capable of collectively fighting wars or defending their own rights. Now, when I'm talking about fighting, I'm not talking about yelling with a blowhorn or marching down the streets. I'm talking about getting it in blood. I'm talking about fighting.
How does defending your rights and fighting wars intertwine, though?
Because if you cannot fight the war, if you cannot enforce the law, you do not have the law in reality. It only exists in your head. If I tell you that I have the right to not be eaten by a zombie, and the zombie thinks otherwise, where the right meets physical reality is my exertion to get that right. It's the physical force that I'm going to use my weapon or my billy club to smack the zombie in the head to enforce my right to not get eaten. That is the most base level of how laws exist here physically. Now, do you contend with that? Is there anything else outside of physical force that brings a law into fruition?
You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay. You're gay.
This sounds like the same dude who's rather persistent. So, is there any other mechanism that actualizes a law outside of force?
Yes, policy.
Policy is on top of the layer I'm explaining. So here's how. If I write a policy on top of this layer I'm speaking about, but if I pull that layer under it and there's no enforcement and there's no military, who's going to enforce that policy? Who's going to enforce the agreement or the law? If there's no military, there's no
But why
police.
would there be no military?
Why would there be no military? Because that's how societies operate. If there's no police in the hood's going to run rampant. If there's no police, if there's no guard or anybody to respond to the bank robbery, the bank will get robbed. The bank's right to keep its money is irrelevant. What matters is there going to be a cop to respond to that robber? Is there going to be somebody with another weapon to shoot the bad guy? That's what matters. Without that, you don't.
Shit you.
Go ahead.
I'll spank the shit out you.
All right, appreciate it. So, anyways, is what I'm saying incorrect or not?
Correct.
I'm just explaining the mechanism that holds the law or the right. It is what brings the right to life physically. This is the physical manifestation of that right. Without the force, you cannot have the right or the law. The reason why this is important is because that mechanism exists in basically 95 to 99% of all of our civilizations. Whether I'm talking about the civilized ones, the ones that can grow to even have a constitution or some abstraction of laws or morality. From the Vatican to Ugandan country, to Afghanistan, India, Brazil, it doesn't matter. This is the mechanism that holds these laws. Without a Chinese military or enforcement, America's going to take over. Taiwan's going to take over. Without an enforcement here in America, other countries are going to take over. Does that make sense? If you don't have a war, if you don't have a military, if you don't have a police, you don't have law and order.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wait, could you not hear me a second ago?
No,
Am I
I didn't
cutting
hear
out?
anything you said in the last 30 seconds if you said anything.
Okay. Well,
Well, now you're cutting out. Thomas says, I love that TJ guy. The zombie said he has the right to eat you, though. That's correct, kid. TJ, look at Rangers, please. It's Rangers.
yeah, Thomas is my friend and he's a feminist, so I'm trying to
get him to come up.
He can't join because he's unable to, but he would like to. I feel like I don't know.
Well, I'll try and Thomas, if you wanna make your points concise, I'll try and respond to you in the chat.
So like exit out of the TikTok without it muting me.
Yeah, I think what's going on is once you tab out, you're going to get muted. So just be aware of that when you have something you want to mention. Let's say I want to understand your argument though. TJ, so what are you looking for based on your points? Are you holding to revert women's suffrage? Yes, I would. I would get rid of universal suffrage. And I'm only making a logical argument. I would have more of a participational.
But that's not. I just can't see that being logical though.
All right. Well, what is okay? So
that
I've laid
extreme.
arguments.
It's
I've laid
extreme in a
arguments.
way.
Well, you've been saying that a couple times. But what is your evidence? What is your evidence behind that?
My evidence. Okay, this isn't evidence, but it's a what if, like, let's say we can tie. Actually, I don't want. No, never mind. I can't go there because I can't tie race into this. Because
and it's been tried many times. Let's just say black people wanted their rights from a group of white people.
Yes,
they could take them. Can they do it in all cases? No. But the difference is the men could take away rights from other men and vice versa, because it's happened in countries like Haiti, for one, slave uprisings, where their systems get overthrown by a minority of black slavers. So it's happened in the past. Can black men or other groups of men, different colors of men, take their rights or overthrow their state of affairs? Yes, they can. It happens throughout all of history. Weak men, strong men, minority of men versus majority of men. It happens all the time in history, world history. But women cannot do this. It's important because we're talking about a exclusive mechanism of collective male force.
But male physical force and male IQ.
Male physical force and male IQ.
Male physical force may be greater than female physical force, but the brains that females have are equivalent to the brains that we have, no?
If that was true, then the women wouldn't have been able to outsmart these also smart and strong men. But as you can see, the men are not just dumb and brawny, they're also cunning, crafty, strategic. That's equalized. Woman smarts against man smart. What is the actual threshold breaker?
Yeah, and that's where I kind of disagree with you in a way, because you use these your evidence is I just can't agree with it, because it's not it's not modern, because like Thomas is saying in the chat, policy making needs to be based on not if women can fight in war or not, you know. Modern day education can teach either a man or a woman equally about policy, you know, like what Thomas is saying in the chat.
All right, so let me just engage here. That's what policy making needs to be based on, not if women can fight or not, which they can. Yeah, so collectively they're not capable of doing that. And the burden of proof is on you, Thomas. Show me a society where women have asserted their will amongst other men in that society or in neighboring societies physically. If they're not capable of doing this, then it speaks to the force that we're talking about. If you're accepting the premise, Thomas, regarding force and how laws are based on force, women are not collectively capable of doing that. So you're kind of dodging that premise if you accept it.
Because okay, what if a woman had a very high IQ and had the policy making abilities and the ability to run a government?
One
How
woman?
does her physical prowess have anything to do with that? You know, she's not going to be the one.
It doesn't because
she's not going to be the
she's
one policing the people. She's going to have her government to do it for her.
yeah, she'll
You
have
know
the
what I'm saying?
executive power to do it, but the executive power is
Yes.
soft power. It's not the hard power, and the hard power is what I'm explaining. The hard power is what the laws are based on. Laws are based on the barrel of a weapon, the might of a military or police force. That's what laws are based on. Now, you may have a conception about how you think morality should be. That's not what I'm talking about because that's in the head. How that comes into reality is through force, which is exclusively male. Now, when I say exclusively, I mean as a collection. This isn't to say there isn't a woman who's shaped like Rambo, but this is generally not the case. There's a reason why there has never been a female Navy SEAL. It's because the capability of violence and military force is an advantage to men because of their strength. The only way that force could impact law is diplomacy. It's interesting you say that because Trump just ended a lot of politicians without any diplomacy. He uses the threat of violence as diplomacy. Hey, you might want to sign this agreement or else I'm going to maybe kidnap your entire president in Venezuela. You're incorrect here, Thomas. America is one of the biggest boogeymen around the world because of their military force. That's not diplomacy. That's just after. The big stick is first. It's both men and women, but I agree with you. Your military argument only that men are physically superior. All right, well, that's good, Thomas. We can come to that agreement. And the reason why it's important is because if this is true, and women are not as capable as men, and if history bears that out, and not just history like 50 years back, I'm talking about right at this very moment, in countries like Iran, where women get their rights stripped away and they can't do anything about it. They cannot fight for their rights. They can protest, but this is not fighting I'm talking about. I'm talking about getting in blood. I'm talking about overthrowing. I'm talking about a coup or a revolution. Women cannot do that without appealing to men. That's the only way they can do it. Twin, that's with an armada of military. And you have to consider nuclear power and diplomacy. Yeah, but I was just explaining, Thomas, that when it comes to military force, you can be as diplomatic as you want and nice and charismatic. But if you don't have the weapon and the military might to back it up, when somebody calls your bluff, you're cooked. That's why we have spy systems. That's why we are always sussing out the military might of other countries, because we're seeing where the real power lies. That's why there's all this. There was just somebody a couple of months ago who went to jail for taking pictures, a Chinese dude taking pictures of military aircraft bases. This is what happens. We're always sussing out the military might of each other because that's where the real power lies. When we handshake on TV to make things look like it's copacetic, what you're not seeing is the threat of violence and the use of violence in the back end. Yeah, that's true. A lot of revolution, but I'm straying away at my point. Okay. Really, the point of women's suffrage, right to vote, is by far based on education. Okay.
I agree with what Thomas is saying because physical prowess does not like intertwine with IQ and education. With if a woman goes to school and she is she's very smart, and she goes to college as a political science major and ends up working in the government, that it doesn't really change from if a man would. The gender has nothing to do with that.
Gender does, because the difference and the symmetry breaker, because you're saying the men has the education, the woman has the education. The man learns about the policy, the woman learns about the policy. But here's what the woman cannot do as a collective. She cannot fight the wars. She cannot.
It doesn't matter if
That's
she can't fight
okay.
the war.
So it doesn't matter. So the inequality is irrelevant.
I'm talking about in the perspective of a executive power, you know?
If a woman was a president,
Yes.
if the woman was the president, she wouldn't have a matriarchy. She would just have a bunch of men behind her who she can order around. But the moment those men say, we're not going to follow you, what is she going to do about it? Nothing. That's when coups happen. I'm explaining to you that the power is really in the military and in the enforcement. It's not in the pen, because without the military, without the enforcement, there will be no country that will respect you. You will get walked over. That's how the law, that's the law of the land. That's the law of theaters of war. If you talk a big game, but I know you don't have any power, you're cooked. So can that happen to Trump? Yes, that can happen to Trump. But the difference is the men can collectively do something about it. The women cannot. Why would all these women be in the government of the most powerful government if they are inferior? Because they're just playing to their advantage. If I know that, if I see an advantage that I can play to, I'm going to play to my advantage. Because humans do that. We have incentive structures to take advantage of the situation. Why would a feminist say she wants equality, but expect a man to get down on one knee or pay for the first date? Because she's playing to her advantage. So you're saying women are able of making strong campaigns, appealing to needs of people. Yeah, but this is all social. This is all talk. This is all bark, no bite. I'm talking about the bite. You guys are avoiding it. So I think what's going on here at this point is what I've been explaining to you guys is what is. And you guys haven't really argued against that. You've been arguing about what should be. So we're kind of talking past each other. You guys aren't really addressing the reality of the descriptive arguments I'm making. Let's see here. You telling me Biden was running the country in 2020, bro? I'm telling you it was mostly Kamala. Whether it was Kamala or Biden, it doesn't matter. My argument still stands. If either Biden or Kamala didn't have a military, didn't have a police force that backed their policy, they would not have any power. The entire point of becoming a president is because we all acknowledge that you're going to become a leader of the free world, having the full force of the American military. This is a very, very powerful position to be in. Why? If there was no military and there was no police force, presidency would not have any high regard. It would be effectively meaningless, because executive power is power to enforce the law. And the only people who can enforce the law collectively is men. That's just a reality. So whoever's at the helm is not relevant, because you're not speaking to what I'm arguing. What you're doing, I'm telling you about a fundamental principle, and you're going all the way above it and arguing up top. But I'm telling you, if I take that principle away from you, you have nothing. So you're not understanding my argument. The military is co-ed. Enforcing the law is done by both in our current world. Yeah, so that's incorrect. Proportionally, the military is mostly male by a high degree. It's about 85 to 87% male. The minority, or the exception to what I'm explaining, does not disprove the rule. So you're incorrect again. Oh, man. Oh man. Yeah. You want that to be 0. It's been fine to this point. It can still remain. I mean, the less women we have, it's likely the better. But I mean, it could still stay the way it is now. My argument still stands. It doesn't really matter to me at this point, for the sake of the argument. We haven't lost because of women at this point. Yeah, but just because we haven't, that doesn't mean we will. We will continue to do so. It stands to reason by my argument, which you're avoiding. The more women we have, the less successful we'll be in military. If the women are doing the physical, laborious military parts, I'll be up there shortly. I'm probably gonna be up for another half an hour to an hour. It's chaotic. Thomas, you gotta come up. I know your thumbs are probably getting cramped. You need to get your live in order, man. Why'd you get banned from doing lives? Because having these damn because oftentimes what these conversations become, Thomas, is when I make a point in the chat, you'll just make more points. When I counter a point, you'll just make more points. So it's like, it's not really engaging. You can just effectively filibuster everything I'm saying. Yeah, no problem. No problem, TJ. Yeah, chaotic, or whoever's here, Kit. These conversations always boil down to force, huh? They always boil down to force doctrine. Here's a good thing about force doctrine. Force doctrine is one of the best tools, the best arguments against feminism, and it makes feminists squirm. It makes them have an out-of-body experience. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite lines of argumentation to run because it's so obvious and so damning to the position. I've had feminists have spurred. I've had feminists call me names. I've had feminists kicked me. I've had feminists block me. I've had feminists, oh, well, you're just that sounds really insecure. You're a caveman. That sounds really evil. I had a one time a really intellectual type feminist. I was just making simple arguments, and her arguments basically deduced down to calling me mean, which I thought was a good victory. Feminism is such a plague. Let's see here. Check on the YouTube side. So let's look into the waves. So we're going to go over some of the principles to give you guys some information. I'll just read some of the principles. I asked Google, what are the principles of feminism? Equality and justice, eliminating gender stratification and working towards social and economic justice for all genders. Intersectionality, recognizing that a person's overlapping identities, such as race, class, sexual orientation, and gender identity, shape their specific experiences of privilege or oppression. Bodily autonomy, the belief that every individual has the absolute right to make decisions regarding their own body and reproductive health. Ending violence and abuse, actively combating gender-based violence and promoting safety and freedom from harassment. Expanding human choice, dismantling social norms that restrict the potential education or career paths of individuals based on their gender. The personal is political, acknowledging that the private individual struggle, such as the distribution of unpaid care, work in a household, are deeply connected to broader political and systemic power structures. You know, that is a good thing that I read that. The personal is political. So when these feminists come on here and they get mad at me for saying feminists will act a certain way, I can probably just point them to a feminist school teacher with a ruler who's going to slap them on the hand for not doing what I said they should do, which is make the personal political. If you're a real feminist, you're going to make the personal political. Why? Because it's in alignment with your objective to create equality. If you're going to do that, you're going to have a lot of absurd and stupid, unreasonable positions. But that is your lot in this feminist life. That is your modus operandi. You have no, if you want to be respected as a feminist, you have to do that. Now, if you want to play cafeteria feminist, and you want to cherry pick the things, the principles you want to do that benefit you, you're still a feminist in my eyes, but you're not taking it seriously. Remember, guys, with feminists, I'm just going to keep saying that. The personal is political. Those are their principles. The crazy thing is they always want us to check the dangerous or evil men while villainizing us. Yeah, effectively making some of us more villainous. Effectively making a lot of men start to say, you know what? I'm just going to turn a blind eye to all these women. What do I get out of it? I've seen stories of men who do harrowing acts, like grabbing someone, like snatching somebody out of the road, and they get sued by the women because they got touched inappropriately. I'm like, all right, just let these ladies get, I can't say that on. Allow for the traffic to consequentially interact with her, if that's the case. Kevin Samuels used to say, buy a dog and DIE alone. It was one of his best slogans because these women ultimately just need to rot. They just need to rot in their own ideology. They need to eat the fruit of their own way, become cat ladies, get on Medicaid, and be bitter, broken. They don't want to have kids. They probably got rid of a couple of them in the womb already. Their womb probably doesn't work anymore because their ideology, they sacrifice it to that. So, just let them have that consequence. Like, if you're so strong and independent, go collect them yourself. Go check them yourselves. Yeah, correct, Kit. What does that sound like?
I agree. It's my air fryer.
I was going to say it sounds like an air fryer. It is an air fryer.
Yeah, I wanted some barbecue chicken tenders. I
I
made
feel
my
you.
husband beef stroganoff, but I didn't want that.
So, how does a wife manage the home duties and the kid duties with personal duties?
It definitely does take practice and years, to be honest. This is my first time, so I'm kind of learning what works best for me and my kids. Pretty much, like, you have to have a village, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I'm very fortunate enough to be able to have a really close-knit family and stuff that enjoys being involved with my kids and their lives. So they're more than willing to
Assist.
keep them and assist me and be there
Okay.
whenever we need them. And then as far as home duties is that day to day, keep up with like all of your duties so you don't have all these ginormous loads of stuff to do.
Okay. So it's about making sure it doesn't get out of hand.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
would you say you
That takes
have
discipline.
throughout the week, if nothing's like, you don't have any crazy appointments, would you say you have a good amount of free time?
Yeah, for the most part. Like, it definitely does get overwhelming at times, but for the most part, it's pretty easy. As far as physical goes, it's mostly the mental part. So you got to have hobbies. It does get a little repetitive, seeing like the same thing, having the same routine every day.
Uh-huh.
And I started doing TikTok because like that's the only type of adult interaction other than my husband I have all day.
Yeah, it's a good break from the
So
monotony and all the social interactions you can have that are differing every time.
definitely. So yeah, I would just say have hobbies and but don't let those hobbies get like in the way of your mothering and wifely duties for sure.
Right. And what about friends?
I don't have single friends.
Well, that's good. But what about like friends? Like, have you collected any couples friends, or how do you do
Oh
that?
yeah, for sure. We only really have like one well no, two, but we don't really hang out with them like on the regular. But the one I first mentioned is his buddy from work and his wife. They're really nice people and they fit pretty well with us. I mean, they're on the same page. So, but our husbands were friends before like we ever knew each other. So,
Yeah, I think once my best friend, once he gets married, it'll probably be hanging out with them as well. Now, do you have any women in your life that aren't married that don't like what you're doing?
oh, absolutely, absolutely. But honestly, like for these particular women, like in my personal life, that personally have like something against me because of the life I choose to live, um, it's because they can't obtain it.
Okay. So you think it's a level of like envy or jealousy?
Yeah,
Okay.
because like I have degrees and certificates and licenses and everything. It's just like
But you just
this is
prioritize the family.
yes, yep.
Yeah, I find that it seems to me a recurring theme. Either women are being henpecked or like subliminally like I can't explain it. It's subliminal and it's kind of like, oh, well, you've either lost status in the group or you've not the opposite of saving face with me if you want to be a single mom. I noticed that. And I also notice some women feeling ashamed about like one woman I know personally who was explaining to me that she's not working and her husband is doing a lot of government contracts and whatnot. And she explained like, oh yes, I'm not really working anymore. Almost in a way that she felt ashamed to be a mom, focusing on the
Yeah,
kids. And
yeah. Um, honestly, that comes from I think when you become a mom, you kind of lose your personhood. If you get lost in that and you forget that you are still an individual, that's where hobbies and interests and stuff like that come in, then it can kind of feel like you're disconnected from yourself, period. So then they find all these ideologies and stuff that they want to identify with and find like minded people or women that feel the same way.
so a good thing to do as a woman who's a mother, perhaps struggling with motherhood, is to find perhaps a like you said, a hobby, something that you can
Hmm.
sink your personal time in when you do have time.
Yes. Like I do art and I journal and stuff like that. I read a lot and I do debates and stuff like that.
Would you say that that has helped you keep a level of your identity?
Oh, absolutely.
Is it wanting anything or is it sufficient?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely helped because um I'm not when I get bored, like I would like just be stuck in my own head and like I'm not busy because eventually you run out of stuff to do.
Perhaps the wandering mind is the culprit.
Yep.
I wonder how much a woman's mind races compared to men, or how fast it goes. Because it seems like I tend to have a compartmentalized way of thinking. I don't know if it's because I'm a man or if it's because of me, but I tend to put emotions back in the shelf in the drawer of my mind if I find them becoming too much. Do women do that?
No, we're not made to do that. It took a lot for me to realize that with my own marriage because my husband is very like solution based. We have to find the solution if there's a problem. And sometimes I would have to explain to him, I already know the solution. Just let me complain. Just let me have my feelings about it and we'll move on. And just be like, oh, yeah, you know. And then, you know, if there is a necessity for his input, like or advice, then he could give it. But most of the time, I just need to vent and complain.
Yeah, I've noticed that in my relationship with my wife too. It's basically, all right, yeah, we just need to let this air out, just let it have some space, just acknowledge it. But in a way, it's
Absolutely.
kind of it works complementary to the male compartmentalization. You just have to notice that state of being, that emotional state of being, it's passing, it's going, and you just need to
Right.
acknowledge it or support around it, and it will eventually go back on the shelf.
Right.
So it does get
Like,
compartmentalized in the long run.
yeah. So I would say the best way that my mama explained it to me is like women feel right now. We're in the moment. And that means our emotions are in the moment. We are reactive because of said emotions. Men usually will hold that in, and 6 months down the line is when they start to feel it. Take like a breakup, for example. A woman will be upset about it right as soon as it happens, and you know, like a month or two afterwards, maybe. Then that's when she starts to want to live her life and branch out and find someone new and blah blah blah. That's when the man starts to miss her. Because the day after or the night of, he was calling up some other girl because he feels free in the moment. You see
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
I can speak to having breakups and then not feeling them until later on. It's like, oh, dang, that kind of hurts now.
Right.
But
Or you
yeah, just
get with
going through
some
like a
crazy
week or
one.
two of not feeling anything.
Yep.
Yeah, I can understand that. That sounds correct what your mom is saying. So what was the last conversation you had with a I think you were
The
saying I don't know if it was Kit saying this about a feminist panel they were on, or you were saying you had a panel, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I ran a panel today about the romanticization of trad wives, but I was on a feminist panel yesterday that was, oh my god. um the only place that I have any sort of quote unquote feminism is when men in dresses try to invade women and girls spaces and voice over women and girls about their experiences and
Yeah,
take
that's
them as
crazy
their own.
work. That's crazy
Uh,
work.
it completely voids their entire argument. The entire thing they stand for is invalidated.
Yeah, they have like a caricature of female identity, which is quite laughable, and we can all acknowledge they could not
Yes.
possibly, they could not ever, someone like that could not ever absolutely know what it's like to be a woman. You could never.
No. No. I don't understand how you could feel like a woman. You've never been one a day in your life.
I don't understand that either. And what
Like
is? Go ahead.
like I understand uh transmedicalism and all that, because they're, you know, the medical basis behind it with having gender dysphoria and all that stuff. I can get behind that because there's science and psychology and case studies and stuff to back that up. But these delusional people who just defame the entire community as a whole, because like they ruin it for the people on the outside looking in.
Yeah, I can agree. I tend to try and avoid conversations regarding the tea stuff because they're even more triggered than the feminists, for sure.
Yes.
And what have you had a conversation, a feminist conversation lately that stumped you, or that you found issue or difficult to tackle? Because I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to think of any time where I, not to sound arrogant, but where I really got
Okay.
stumped.
I debate with someone. I don't know if you've ever seen him, the Period Fairy.
What the hell? No, I never heard of it.
He has been studying and debating feminism for the last 15 years. He knows his stuff. He does lives here on TikTok, and him and
Black
his
dude?
wife are some. No, he's white.
Okay.
Yeah. Him and his wife are actually some of. Oh, that's another couple. Actually, I didn't even think about them. Of mine and my husband's. We love them so much, and he is a through and through men's rights activist.
Oh, okay.
Him and his wife. Yeah. Yeah, you should check him out. He's here on TikTok, and so is his wife, Red Fury Fairy.
Yeah, I'll definitely check him out because anyone for the crusade is definitely someone to look for.
Yeah, him. Alex 305 is really good. I can't believe I'm saying this. But Polo, he's. I agreed with him for once on something today, and it was about women being willing to grow with a man while he builds up. You can't expect him to have everything at the ages of 18 to honestly 30, in my opinion. 30 is like when he's in the middle.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And
it was crazy.
So the Period Fairy, Alex 305, and then Polo. Does Polo promote polygamy though? What does he?
He might, but I think that's Mr. Perfect. Mr. Perfect, I know does. I've debated him on body count on the basis of it doesn't matter to everyone, so therefore it wouldn't be like an objective truth. Yeah. And then the pair bonding stuff, I used the same article they were using, stuff from the NIH. And if they would have just scrolled down a little bit, it would have told you that it's not entirely true. It's not proven.
No. Perhaps we can have a discussion
about that.
Oh, there's
Red.
Red.
There's Period Fairy's wife.
Hello, Miss Fury.
Yeah, Red, come up.
Speak of the Furious Fairy.
Yes. Oh, there's Period Fairy, come up.
Wasn't that interesting? We spoke about him.
Yes, we just.
You know what
probably
happened is the algorithm probably.
Yes.
Wait, Miss Fairy, have we ever? Let's see.
Yeah, she's came in before.
I would have to hear your voice, either the period or.
Yeah, he just hit his like.
Dang, you got 8 wins. So you're counting it, huh? You got
he keeps.
You got some battle scars.
Some of them.
Broiled 8 feminists. That's awesome. Yeah, it does seem restricted. I can't restart it. What I'll do is I'll restart it. I think I'll restart it. Dang, that's what is it really that much Fairy, you're counting it like
Yes, he's
that?
been doing it. Yes, he's been doing this
Damn.
for 15
All
years.
right, I'm gonna need to tune in to your stuff because
Yes.
I'm trying to end this. I'm trying to end feminism. I'm trying to get it up out of here.
If you're looking into, like, if you're well, I won't call them pro-life because they are not that.
Abolition?
But like, yes, abolitionists and stuff like that. Do you know who Mr. Man is?
No,
He's
the
a
only
little extreme, but he's entertaining.
Mr. Man. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
sure. I have to look. I'm writing these guys down. Mr. Man.
I mean, feminist kryptonite. Me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I call him my human encyclopedia.
yeah, for sure,
Hey,
for sure.
CP.
Fairy, gotta have coffee for. So I'm gonna hit you with a follow for sure because I gotta be a fly on the wall and one of your lives. And for sure, I'm gonna restart the live. I think Kit's right. We'll see what happens, and I'll be right back on to see if we get any more engagement after I restart my live. Good. I'm looking to pick your brain, Fury or Mr. Fairy. So I'll see you guys in a sec.
Okay.
Man, I wish I could be freaking 11,000 battle scarred. That's crazy, man. How many? Man, that's so cool. That is so cool that he's been slaying, broiling feminists. That's my favorite thing to do, man. One of my favorite things to do is debate feminists and own them. I don't know why I take pleasure in it, but I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Oh.
I'll send it to the fairies.
Chaotic. What is the interesting moment you witnessed with an engagement Fairy had with someone? Oh, well, here, Fairy's gonna be able to. Hello, Mr. Fairy.
Hey, James, how we doing?
Good. Your reputation precedes you.
Thank you.
And so you've been doing this for 15 years.
Yes, sir.
So you've had
Okay, I
you've
got
had
that.
even more of a minority position in the past, I would assume, because to be anti-feminist back in 2005 is crazy work.
Oh yeah, going through the hype of Me Too 2012 through 2016. Yeah, definitely.
So would you say where would you say the male pushback, or is the societal pushback? It's likely mostly male, but where would you say the societal pushback from cultural feminism or was at its strongest from 05 to now? Because I would say it's partially coupled with Trump winning in 16.
You know what? It's somewhere in between. You know what? Yeah, it's somewhere in between 2014 and 2016. I think Trump winning definitely helped. Maybe somewhere in between 2012 and 2016. I think Me Too honestly might have been the catalyst to do it, and then Trump just helped throw him over the hurdle.
What about the Anita Sarkeesian Gamergate stuff? Are you familiar with that?
A little bit. Can you? There's tons up there in the old noodle there. Re-enlighten me a little bit.
I don't really know the time frame. I think it would have been around the 2012s where Anita Sarkeesian was like a prominent feminist journalist talking about how there's a lot of female sexual violence in games and it's perpetuating male stereotypes, and then she was using very out of context gaming.
I remember
now. Yes, I know who he's talking about.
I remember now. I want to say that was beginning of 2013, and I think she even referenced GTA in that one.
Yes.
Yeah, and Hitman.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for sharing the
I watched
live.
Dennis watch that.
Because I remember that was my first acknowledgement of like, okay, people don't like this. They don't like their games being messed with like this. And I think that was before Trump. That was around 2012 to 13, 14. But it seems like the pushback from gaming is getting even worse now. There are YouTube channels that are very heavily monetized now off of what they would call like go woke, go broke type gaming or gender swapping. So it's becoming a popular niche online of critiquing feminist or left-leaning ideological games.
I would agree.
Now, are there any anti-feminists or people who debate feminists that you take after or that you draw inspiration from? Mine would be Andrew. And
I like Richard Doyle.
Yeah, Richard Doyle, the dude with the glasses.
Yeah, older guy. Off the Abba is a good one. That's a woman.
Richard Doyle.
Doyle, Dr. Richard Doyle. Dr. John Gottman is a good one.
Okay. So,
I spell it out. What's Richard Doyle's book? The red cover. Fuck. I don't want to get back up. I'm lazy right now. What's the red cover? God dang it. I need Google.
Is Richard Doyle a dude with a beard and glasses? Has longish hair? Scaling the noise sphere. Did you have a TED Talks in the past?
That name sounds familiar.
It would, well, since the algorithm demons or gods were paying attention, were summoned, it would be really nice to chew on a feminist right about now. Perhaps the algorithm will summon a feminist.
Yeah, I might get one in here for you.
I think I got one stuck on the bottom of my shoe.
So why did you start counting?
And it's funny because we just talked about this in my live. It becomes, or no, my wife has been saying this the past few days. It becomes a script. And it literally had gotten to the point where they were about to make their statement and make their point or make their argument, and it's verbatim what the past 10 feminists just said on that same topic. So it's to the point now where I've literally got a narrative and a script memorized that I just rebut the same thing and repeat myself over again until I'm blue in the face.
Okay. And who would you say started being an anti-feminism? You or your wife?
Oh, I started being an anti-feminist a long time ago.
Did you bring your wife along, or was she already? She
I brought
already came
her-
out the
I
box
brought-
like that.
I brought her along. Once she gets off the phone with her oldest child, she can come in here. But she used to work, the 9 to 5, and took care of the kids, took care of her sister. She did all the everything. She was the boss babe, and she met me, and I'm like, that life's over. I don't want you to work. You're gonna move 486 miles away, and
So
come
did
put
you
your feet up.
start? Did you develop some of your? Because I noticed that there seems to be a link between men who are not feminists and men who might have done pickup artistry in the past. Because the red pill stuff kind of came out of the pickup artistry, from my understanding. And there'll be people like, have you heard of Rush V, who's now like an Orthodox Christian, started being red pill, but then stopped the sexuality stuff and just went straight white pill, but still staunchly anti-feminist. Like, where did you start your anti-feminist arc?
Probably stemmed out of a necessity. The gaslighting, the scapegoating, the manipulation, the weaponizing the judicial system. I saw Me Too movement kind of coming before it ever came. And
Thanks, Doug.
it's almost almost supernatural, man. It's just I just kind of
Your awakening,
analyzed
or the opposition?
I just analyzed the anecdotal experiences that I was going through with this woman and that woman and this woman and that woman, because I didn't settle. I didn't put up with bullshit. One red flag or one thing I didn't like, and I was on to the next one. So I went through them, and I just saw the anecdotal just adding up, and I'm like, okay, this is starting to become empirical. Because how many anecdotals add up before it starts to just become empirically evident that there's a stereotype?
Yeah.
And I just saw the degeneracy and just the lack of accountability, and I can lie about anything, whatever I want, whenever I want. I can fuck whoever I want, whenever I want. I can abort my baby whenever I want. And I just saw it just progressively getting worse. So I don't know. And then I got put through the ringer. I got falsely accused. I got falsely accused by another woman. I got falsely accused by another woman. I had a kid. I had my kid ripped away from me. Every other weekend wasn't enough. I had a second kid. I literally got forced into signing away my parental rights on my second child.
So you've been through
she
the
was going
fire
to keep
and
falsely
flame.
accusing me.
You
So, yeah,
basically, the situations in your life, to me, sounds like you've been tried in a furnace, basically, and
Yeah.
you've been tempered such that now you're a powerful warrior.
Yeah, Kuhn will tell you, I was paralyzed
Yeah,
as a
and-
child, told I would never walk a day in my life ever again. My mom didn't take no for an answer, and by the time she found the 10th doctor, they said, you know what, nah, we can fix him. So it's that resilience, never giving up, and, always strive to do better. I had good parents. It all comes down to the parenting, if you ask me.
Yeah, I was going to mention, if you're the type of person who stands up for yourself and you have boundaries, that likely comes from people who have a good parental upbringing.
I do now. I didn't always. I think I had somewhat of a backbone in 2005, but I think being put through the ringer and almost losing my liberty and my freedom for something that never happened, that actually happened to me, and being charged for being the victim of that crime, really just put the icing on the cake and literally hardened that exterior shell to the point where I'm still human and there's still empathy and sympathy about me to an extent, but nobody is going to break down my defenses to the point where you're going to jeopardize or risk my liberty or freedoms over some bullshit
Yeah.
Like,
But was that basically the last straw? Was that what got you into? Is when did
oh
you
yeah,
make that? When did you
after
make that coin or that switch where you're just like, all right, now I'm going to talk about this. Now this is serious to me.
after I got out of jail and I got settled and everything, about a year and a half after is when I started actually doing the footwork, going to governor's mansions, going to congressional hearings, looking for donors, getting on planes, calling these, Letitia James, Derek Brown, James Uthmeyer, Jason Mraz, Glenn Youngkin, calling these people, blowing them up, emailing them,
Are these
putting
all
on that suit and
MRA
tie.
people?
These are going to be your state district attorneys or
Oh,
your
okay.
state governors. I still reach out to, lower people like aldermen, congressmen, congresswomen, just so we can try and get bills pushed into the middle of a committee, and then hopefully the committee votes for it and pushes it out onto the floor. Certain things like it's either Tennessee or Kentucky, where now say you're both been drinking, you have a one night stand, you conceive a child, there's no financial obligation to that child. Yeah. Getting rid of Title 4D social services program and reforming it would be a good start. We've been trying to do that everywhere.
Is Title
Cost
4
taxpayers.
that's a federal program?
Yeah, social services. It was implemented for foster families, but now judges dipping their fingers into it, and guardian ad litems in the child custody courts. They're incentivized to give primary custody to whomever is more likely to be on a welfare program like
Do they get some type of
EBT
kickback
SNAP.
from that, or is it
Yeah,
because
they do.
the state gets the federal money? Is that what's going on?
Well, so for every $3 that, let's take fucking Texas. Texas spends $300 million on welfare. The federal government will reimburse them with $200 million. The
Wait.
judges,
So that's
the
2/3.
judges are pinching over here. They're taking a bud out of the bag here and there. Every time they hand them that $200 million, the judges are pinching out of it.
But how? Like, is it because okay? So the feds are giving 300. The feds are giving.
For every 3 you spend,
You
you're
get 2 back.
reimbursed 2. Mm-hmm.
But how does the pension connect with the judge?
The judges are pinching it. The agencies that are handling all these funds are reallocating some of the funds and
Oh,
putting
so
it
there's
somewhere
definitely some
else.
buddy stuff.
It's just
going on.
fraud. Yeah, it's fraud. But what it does is it incentivizes the state to put more people on welfare. And I don't think that's not just a feminism problem and like a parental problem with fatherhood. I think that's a societal problem, just tax corruption and a misallocation of funds.
Yeah, there's likely a revolving door.
Yeah.
Gorg, okay, so Timu Tate, I can be that, but will you debate Timu Tate, Scaredy Cat? Gorgo says anti-feminist equals anti-equality. Yeah, well, can you make your case? Because all you guys are doing is just making your palms get 6-packs by typing.
Right. I can prove them wrong right now. So what we were just discussing was Title 4D. Every year on Men's Rights Day in April, men's attorneys and men's rights advocates go to the judges and go to the governors and congressional hearings and try to get Title 4D absolved or reformed.
Every semester? Every year?
Every year, once a year.
Okay.
Every year we try to go get it reformed or absolved so we can implement what is known as the Equal Parenting Act, which gives one parent 183 days and the other parent 182 days of physical custody. So there's still technically a physical primary custodial parent, but they get 24 more hours than the other parent. There's no child support implemented at all. So there's no need for a government entity and more tax dollars going towards paying what's essentially high school graduate social workers, enforcing your child support enforcement. Feminists come out every single year in droves and fight against it with their signs saying this is misogyny, is bigotry,
fighting
you guys
against
don't wanna
equality,
pay child support, blah 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 blah.
Fighting against equality.
Right, fighting completely publicly against equality. And here's the caveat is that 100% of feminist organizations that back, lobby, and pay and rally for feminism support Title 4D.
All right. Yeah, this. I'm taking notes, man. That's yeah. That makes my blood boil, man. That makes my freaking blood boil.
Yeah, so Gorgo is factually incorrect. That's a 0 for Gorgo and another 1 for me. Thanks, bud.
You know, EBT too.
No. Yeah, EBT. Thanks for the follow, man. Now, we got to this because we were responding to, I think, Gorgo about anti-equality, and he was you're basically summarizing how the feminist organizations are actively supporting it. Okay, so this is the thing. It shows that it's obviously not about equality. It's about entrenched. It's about entrenched power that they're going to try and hold on to. The feminists will try and hold on to any form of gendered power. She will scrape and claw at to hang on. But she will vehemently try and dismantle all forms of male authority, preferential treatment. So as I've argued with feminists, I've only noticed that they're all just Schrodinger's feminists, especially how they argue. They only argue for equality when it benefits them, but not for actual real equality, if you want to hold them principally to their own positions. But the problem is, if they do hold principally to their own positions, they eventually just become absurd anyways. Because trying to eliminate hierarchies is not reasonable to do, especially if those hierarchies are necessary for certain prosperity in America.
We call this selective feminism.
Okay.
It's like cherry picking.
Yep.
Andrew, thanks for the follow.
I always talk about like feminists always want to preach this bodily autonomy and, you know, rights to their body, and everyone should have the rights to their body, but will circumcise their sons. Where's the same outrage for his bodily autonomy?
It's coming. James is going to love this. James, have you heard of my wife hates when I mention this, the Human Incubation Project of 2024?
No, I haven't.
Nick hates when I mention this too. So I think it's going to be, if it becomes industrialized and commercialized and we're talking about future here. We're talking about like 2040 or something maybe. There's currently 20 human beings living on this planet that were not conceived or conceptualized within a human womb.
Okay.
They were brought to term 40 weeks mechanically, synthetically. I think the oldest living one is 2 years old, 2.5 years old currently, something like that.
Chinese?
Mexican, all of them, believe it or not. I would have thought too. That was my first guess. But no, they're all Mexican. What happens when this becomes affordable?
Women's bargaining chips might get cooked. Because
this is so disgusting.
If she's going to, well, look, we're just theorizing here, KI.
I know. It's just a thing for me. Like, I understand. Like, it would pose like less risk as far as like child support and the fear of your baby being taken away from you. Because I do have friends that are guys that they don't want the responsibility of maintaining a marriage, but they want a child or a family to raise up. And to me, it's like I don't really know how that would be a good balance, but at the same time, I guess
I'm not
single
saying
dad
it's good,
homes
KI.
work a little better.
We're not saying it's good. We're just saying what's likely going to happen, because we're living in a post. It's almost post-Christian traditionalist American society, and it's almost post-moral. So we're in a situation where it's highly individualistic, highly material, and so the demand and the supply will likely dictate the behavior. And if the bargaining chip of access to a woman's womb was basically throughout all of human civilization, it has been exclusively women. Once it becomes Amazon, women are going to be cooked.
Yeah,
They're going to be cooked.
but when it comes to like abortion and things like that, like if equality is the end all be all for these feminists, then I feel like they should be more than willing to agree for a man to have a paper abortion before the child is born, because obviously a woman can't unalive her child after it's born. Um, I think paternity tests should be done as soon as the baby is born. I don't care if the couple is married or not.
These things are
And
likely to
once,
arise then.
and that's amazing. Like, and once that paternity test shows that the man there is the father or not, that's when he becomes legally responsible for that child.
Yeah, and I would agree with all these things, but to get that in an environment where the feminist is entrenched in all media, academia, even governmental. If the feminist position, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because what you're saying is these are going to be ways that men would be able to bargain against this theoretical scenario that Fury was posing. If women lost
Right.
their ability to have the exclusive ability to birth children and it became a mechanical process outside of the womb, like a Walmart could do it, then their bargaining power would therefore decrease and they would have to negotiate with better terms. Hell,
Correct.
likely in order to encourage birth rate amongst men and women again, the government might have to pose some type of incentive structure for men, which would give them more bargaining power, and therefore your things that you're posing, chaotic, would be more likely to be passed.
Here's this is my theory that since men are already going their own way en masse, and it's just increasing, and women are increasingly becoming more unhappy and more miserable and more single than ever, and they're doing it because they can't attract a man or keep him, and it's kind of their fault. If men want families and this becomes affordable, they're just going to utilize that. Fifth wave feminism is going to be the reverse of modernity. It's going to be modern women basically being pick-me's and going against their own core ideology just in order to appease a man and get companionship at a heterosexual level. It's either that or get 12 cats or be a lesbian. I have no idea, but I just think that there is going to be some sort of reverse movement at some point in time, and it's going to be pushed and backed by technological advancements that are going to help make men's life more fulfilling, give them more purpose without the necessity of a female counterpart.
I would agree that it would make sense that whoever's at the helm of funding and pushing this would likely be just as disloyal as they are to other groups that they try and foment. And if it's technological, they're probably going to take it a male appealing thing, but it'll probably be transhuman though, don't you think? Because the very nature of having artificial womb does transcend human nature, right? So it's likely going to be something like a bargaining chip into the transhuman interface. Now, I know it gets spacey, but or sci-fi.
Yeah, a little bit. That's what I'm saying. This is going to be like 2040-ish, I'm thinking maybe by the time it's, I don't know, it could be 2030 something by the time it's affordable.
Now, are you against all waves or only some?
All waves had detriments. I believe these detriments are more harmful than beneficial to all of us overall. So I'm against all waves, unfortunately. I'm not against, but I'm not excited about, if that makes sense. Like, I believe women should have the right to vote, but typically women historically vote a certain way and or make up a majority of swing voters, so they're not traditionally set in a specific set of ideologies that are traditionally, correlate to either party.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the data.
I think the votes just kind of delete themselves, and it's like if 73% of men are Republicans and 73% of women are Democrats, and 10% of women have no idea what the hell they are, or vote the way their husbands do, or vote to whoever, is more popular, then there's a problem with that. And then them being typically, one topic or two topic or selfish voters doesn't help.
Outside of the T stuff, the turf stuff, and the
Mhm.
men being women stuff, what do you think is the biggest flaw in any of the principles or points of feminism? What's the easiest to attack or the biggest flaw?
What feminists flaw? I've got a new one now. It's kind of like a qualifier, and it's basically if you can prove that they don't value life, then what's the point of them fighting for things to make their own life more comfortable or better? You know what I mean? It's their whole entire ideology is based in fallacies and or hypocrisies.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh man, I'm trying to give an example.
Well, I think I might see where you're going. Like, for example, if you can show that if autonomy was more important than the continuation of the civilization,
That's
like
what it is.
if women had to be obligated to give birth, would
Yeah, I
they?
asked the Adam and Eve question. That's what it is. You got it. Yeah,
Okay.
ask them the qualifier. Ask a woman, okay, if it came down to you were the last woman on this planet and you were stuck with one man and he was the last man on this planet and he wasn't necessarily an attractive man or your type, would you give birth to 2 daughters and at least 1 son in order for the human race to continue and sustain itself? You don't know how many feminists tell me hell fucking no. Almost all of them.
So they don't even okay, that's good. So they don't even value the continuation of human life.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, it's Andrew.
So to me, that's a qualifying question. And if you don't value the sustainability of life or the potential sustaining of life, why should I care about anything you're talking about to make your life here now and anybody else's life more comfortable or better? I don't see the point.
No, that's a good one. Andrew, thanks for coming up, man.
How you doing? Yeah. So women don't care about overall society's needs or the continuation of the species, or they only care about their own feelings about themselves. And so, but you asked the question about feminism and the biggest breaking point or the biggest problem, and I think the biggest problem is I think the original idea of feminism, treat people equally, dignity and that kind of thing, was fine. But what happened, I think, with the feminism movement is that it required them to demonize men, because in order for you to make the claim that feminism, that women need more rights and they need more equality, they had to also at the same time demonize men, and they had to come up with this concept of the patriarchy, which, I've never been to a patriarchy meeting in my whole life. Like, I can't find one anywhere. Like, I can't find the 4 billion men where we decide on things, right? But like they had to come up with this hatred for men, and so if feminism is their cure, then men had to be the evil. And since you have this idea of the patriarchy and the fact that men are evil and masculinity is evil, it attracted all the women who also hated men to begin with. And so so the movement, it's not about equality. I think it originally started as about equality, right? And maybe that was fine, and everyone should have the ability to get the same jobs and everything. But it morphed into a hatred movement, right? And so
you see it now for sure.
So So then what happened is, and I don't think I think some feminists, right, they don't really believe in hating men, but and that's not part of their core written principle, right? But it is in effect what you get, right? So if you go
Yeah.
to any group of feminists, they all hate men, right? Or the most extreme ones, they all hate men, and it attracts people who hate men. And so while the original principles of equality are noble and are fine, it's inherently a divisive movement. Like it's inherently says men and women should compete, right? It doesn't say men and women should get along. It says men and women should compete. And so we have things like the wage gap garbage, right? So,
Yeah.
men and women have to compete. No, men and women should not compete. Men and women should work together in a marriage, and it should be a marriage as it is the team, right?
Right,
It's
right.
not a single woman. Should be a single woman versus a single man, and we're
Right.
competing to see who makes the most money. That's
Second
never.
wave.
Second wave.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the second wave.
Second wave. Equal Employment Opportunity Act, stay in the workplace, all of that shit. Do not return to your respective gender roles. Go to work. Highest inflationary period in American history. Currency dilution, all of that. We just added more competition for lower wages. Now companies don't have to pay us as much because there's twice the workforce. Now the federal government has twice as much money, and they don't have to spend twice as much money. They can keep spending the same amount and collect twice as much.
It would make sense why the Rockefellers funded the suffragette movement towards the end. It would make sense why they would do such a thing. The same robber barons are robbing the patriarchal system. Now, you guys mentioned, oh, it looks like another person up. Andrew mentioned about the how it started off innocent or maybe good intentional, but I'm gonna introduce the next guest up real quick. Asteria, thanks for coming up. What's your age, ma'am?
38.
Thank you. Andrew, could you tell me your age?
I'm 48.
All right, thanks. And so I'll just mention something, and then Sarah, if you wanted to chime in, you can. I think perhaps the first wave was poisoned as well because, from my understanding, people like Wollstonecraft, I think her name is Mary, the Vindication for the Rights of Women, she came back from the French Revolution, and the usurpation of power and an overthrowing, rebelling, that revolutionary spirit was in her writing. It was, I would argue, it informed and it inspired her. So when we're talking about what the Jacobins did, or all the people getting their tops getting cut off, this is what inspired her writing. She wanted to have some type of equality, but is that the book? Yep, there it is. Yeah, so in the introduction, she was explaining, I haven't read it all, but I've been reading it recently, portions of it, and she was explaining, I think it was her husband is prefacing, like, she was really big about the French Revolution, but the contempt for hierarchies is at the core of the feminism. It's the contempt of hierarchies.
Thank you.
So they're going. So as Andrew was saying, they have a contempt for men in effect because they have to bring down men, and they're in competition at a race to flatten the hierarchy. The competition is you need to be equal to me, so you need to do what I'm doing. A case of this would be if you're not going to therapy, if you're not sharing your feelings like how I'm sharing my feelings, you're not equal to me. So the way that they act is they pathologize the inherent male traits, which expresses as contempt.
Ooh.
Thank you so much for saying it. I try to explain her contempt for the hierarchy and her false sense of what it takes to be masculine or to live just as a man. Mary Wollstonecraft had no idea what it was like to be an average man. No idea.
Yeah, she was gallivanting in Europe at this point and sleeping around. So I mean, Asteria, didn't mean to. If you had anything you wanted to mention, Asteria.
Oh, I just came up because I heard John D. Rockefeller's name
Oh,
mentioned. He reformed the education system. All of it was on purpose to slowly. I call public schools indoctrination camps, and this is something I talk about frequently. But the public schools are designed for women and to emasculate little boys before they can even defend themselves, because boys get a testosterone boost from ages 4 to 7.
mm,
And so when they're in a classroom setting with a little girl who can
mm.
sit down and be quiet, but he's getting testosterone boosts and he wants to be up and moving around, he's told that he's a bad kid.
That's
And
crazy.
so he's made to feel inferior to women at a very young age. So it's gotten so much worse that I talk to a lot of these men. And part of the reason why they don't even want to try is because they've been emasculated since they were in grade school and they had no one to defend them.
Mm. Get them on SSRIs or like
Yes.
some uppers for attention.
Yeah, let me ask this question.
That's
Does
crazy.
it make sense? Does it make sense? And I generally don't like the idea of quotas or hiring quotas, but does it not make sense for the teaching profession to be balanced? I don't know about 50-50, but I mean, more men in the teaching field.
I'm not sure because it seems that, well, I don't know how it was before suffrage and before the second wave. I thought the women were doing what they've always been doing, being teachers, social workers.
What's the question?
Andrew was asking, does it make more sense for there to be a 50-50 split in male and female participation in teaching?
I don't know. More professors are men. More.
Hey, James, guess who it is?
More elementary and middle school teachers are women. I don't know.
What's going on? I'm not sure.
What's going on, James?
Who is this?
Don't worry about it. I know you remember me, James.
You sound Hispanic.
Oh, nah, that's wrong.
You're not Hispanic?
Dude, remember I asked if you could say the N-word.
Oh, yes, I can. Why are you derailing the conversation? We're having a good thing going.
Nah, that's
now.
right. Keep going. That's my fault.
All right, no, thanks for coming up. But and Fury, what were you saying?
I don't know. My ADHD.
Men are more professors. Women are more X.
Yeah, at the college level, you'll find more professors usually being men, or more men being professors, compared to elementary or middle school or high school, where you'll find more female teachers. As far as 100 years ago, I'm not sure. Post 100 years ago, I know women still traditionally still keep the same damn jobs.
Thanks for coming up, Nut. And
one of the
what about the paradox of Scandinavia? The Scandinavian paradox?
You talking about the egalitarian social experiment up there?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I guess it doesn't really answer Andrew's question. Now that I think about it. But if you're saying men tend to be more professors, but I just find that crazy what Asteria was explaining. Like, if it's true that men have like a testosterone development during their child years, right at the point where they're going into school, being initiated in school, that might explain why I hated school so much, because it felt like I was in a box. Like I felt claustrophobic.
Yeah, so my major when I was younger was early childhood development, and then I switched to biotechnology, and then I gave up my career to be a wife and mother. But the way I looked at education was that anything that I learned would help me with my children, with teaching them. And I still homeschool my son even to this day. And I am a single parent now, but even still, I refuse to put him in public school because I've seen what these women do. And the whole structure was to indoctrinate them young, so that they become teachers, so that they can start doing it younger and younger and younger. They influenced younger, and this is why we see the whole drag cue, I don't know what I can say on here, story time
Right.
with kids,
To
and
enculturate
they
them at an early age.
early age impression on very impressionable age.
Well, they're not the ones reproducing, so they have to basically be like a cuttlefish. The cuttlefish, the alpha leaves the cave, and then the cuttlefish comes in and mates. But in this analogy, because they're not the ones having kids, when the parents are away, they get to have the kids and indoctrinate the mind because they don't
Yeah.
reproduce anyways. So that makes a lot of sense. And
Yeah.
Chad, I think you've been up here before. I don't think you're a feminist. Not that a feminist isn't welcome, but it would be a tough crowd. Wait, Chad, you
No,
are a feminist.
I
You are
am
a
a feminist. Yes, this is
Yay.
true. You
Hey,
remember that?
she has a minority position, guys. So let's be the way I do things here. I don't mute people. I just allow for whoever has the minority position to kind of get a bit more airtime. So did you have anything you wanted to mention, Chad?
I might not be able to jump in on the conversation as efficiently as I would like, but I mean, I I don't know what you guys were talking about previously, to be honest, but I am a feminist. I do think that there's some interesting gender dynamics that I wouldn't be a fan of. I'm not a big fan of traditionalism as like one of my
Well, you would agree
views.
that what informs that is because you want to promote egalitarianism, right?
In
And
some
any
form,
inequality you would take, you're likely to take more issue with because you view inequality as a harm
I
against your goal of trying to flatten to egalitarianism, right?
I do believe in a metric of equity. Like I can recognize that legislatively, like when we create laws or policies, they're not going to impact everybody the same. So we create equitable policy to create balance, or then like some sort of then parallel to equality. So, for example, like I don't believe we should obviously tax the rich the same way we do the poor because there's a disparity in income. And if we tax the rich the same way we do the poor, then the poor aren't contributing in the same way that the rich are, and vice versa.
So you would apply that same principle in how you have a progressive system, the equity principle towards men in this example, right? Because if you're trying to flatten, you're trying to acknowledge maybe an intersectional principle where you view race and gender as two levels of oppression if it's men, if it's women, and maybe blacks. So you're going to have an equitable stance in promoting catching them up to everyone else.
For sure. Like I wouldn't argue that a white woman is more oppressed than that of a
So
black man.
here's a question then. So currently, women are getting many more college degrees than men. So would you propose that college admissions should now start admitting more men than women
Well,
for
no,
equality's sake?
not necessarily admitting more men simply because they're men. I think that the gap or the barrier between education right now is that men aren't applying at the same rates. So does that mean that special consideration should be granted towards these applications? Maybe they fit the requirements, you know, they have the GPA, they have the extracurriculars. Most surely, then yes, you can say, okay, well, because we have a lower probability of having men, then we'll move by that metric-based scale. However, I don't believe that people should just be getting spots because of their identity, regardless of like any identity in question.
Because that's exactly what happens with affirmative action, right?
No.
Black people apply less, yet they get more privilege.
Not necessarily. So I think affirmative action is deeply misunderstood. That's why I use the term special consideration, which is what was argued in the most recent affirmative action case with Harvard, which they
Harvard
did lose
lost.
it. I know, that's what I was getting ready to say.
And
They lost
chaotic, thanks for the follow, or
They did-
the heart thing on my forehead. Go ahead, Chad.
Sorry. They did lose that case for sure, but I do think that when it comes to the action of special consideration, we do it for things like veterans, where it doesn't mean that just because you're a veteran, you get this job, but that we give special consideration towards this veteran.
So hold on, are you pro affirmative action or not?
I am. I just think you misunderstand how I use
So,
affirmative
so,
action.
so you're in favor of affirmative action for the case of race, but not for
Sure.
the case of gender.
No, I am for affirmative action, race and gender. I just think that the way you phrased it, which is, oh, just give these people spots because of their identity. No, I
No,
think there's still metric that must be fulfilled.
So could you explain to us the difference between special consideration and what me and Andrew are understanding? It's just like probably trying to meet a quota. Is that what we're thinking, Andrew?
well, you know, when the Harvard case came along, and you look at a lot of the college data that's come out, you see that black people get a 300-point SAT advantage for all other else things being equal, right? Whereas Asian people are hurt by the affirmative action system because they have the highest SAT scores, right? And so, I mean, it's been proven. I mean, affirmative
No,
action
it has not.
is racism.
Affirmative action is still considered legally applicable in reference to like workforce. The only ruling that was made based upon universities, and they didn't justify whether or not like Asian Americans were experiencing discrimination. There's actually been a few studies that have been done more recently that show that affirmative action removal has harmed Asian American applicants getting into different universities. But even that's like regardless of the point. The point I would be hold on, I'm sorry. One second.
Yeah. So we'll just pause that. I'm gonna
This is-
answer some.
She's saying exactly what we've been saying, which is that it's not an equality movement. Feminism is a supremacy movement. If as long as it hurts men, that's fine.
I am getting that vibe, but I'm open to see how she's drawing the distinction regarding the quota and the special consideration. Cherubim says women want selective equality only when it benefits them. Jay said all men do is complain. Oh my God, you're complaining right now, Jay. Do something to change it then. Well, I mean, we got Roe v. Wade overturned. Y'all don't want to see what change looks like now. Let me just acknowledge a couple more people. Affirmative action is more harmful than helpful. I think this is true for all affirmative action. Everyone in modern society complains. Yeah, I've been complaining. Women want equality when it comes to good benefits, but when it comes to the hard work, then that's men. So, Chad, can you please explain to me the difference between what I think affirmative action is like, hey, where the blacks at? We ain't got them. Okay, just add 5 more. All right, you got 5 more blacks on the, because right now we don't have, because from my understanding, the whole incentive for a business to not do to do affirmative action is because it gives them a padding for legal protection.
Hold on. Just to be clear,
yeah.
We use the term affirmative action for colleges. We use the term DEI for workplaces.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Kind of
There's
similar.
not. They're interchangeable. The policy affirmative action starts from 1960, which was the affirmative action legislation that was created by Lyndon B. Johnson, if I remember correctly.
So is it? You said it's interchangeable.
1964.
Is it interchangeable?
Yeah, it is. It is. Affirmative action.
So that we just don't get contentious on the definition. Can we agree then from here on, Chad and Andrew, that there's so so you're saying affirmative action and DEI are different. That's what you're saying?
I'm just saying in general parlance and the normal dialogue. If you go to any corporation, they have an office of DEI, not an office of affirmative action.
Affirmative action started off as anti-workforce discrimination as a policy.
Okay,
Sorry
so
to
then
tell you.
perhaps the definition may be different, Andrew, but what about the intent and its function can be similar? What about that, Andrew? Because I'm more interested to see.
Let's not get hung up on words.
I'm more interested to see the distinction between what she's saying is special consideration.
Let's get to the heart.
Special consideration and DEI. What is the difference in this case?
For sure. So first is that quotas were deemed as unconstitutional in the UT Austin v. US case. Sorry, I forget the name of the girl who sued for it, but that was like a decade ago when she sued, and that's when they ruled that quotas are now considered unconstitutional.
What year was that?
I want to say it was like 2010, 2009.
All right.
But it's UTV, the United States. It was a Supreme Court case, obviously. And if you just type in like UT Austin Supreme Court case affirmative action, it'll come up.
Okay.
But that was the case that deemed that quotas were considered unconstitutional in the United States. Actually, am I getting them mixed up? I might be getting them mixed up. Whatever, but just know that there was a
eventually
previous
deemed illegal. So that was. So you're saying is that different than what's the Harvard School was doing at the time they were sued?
I would argue yes, different, but Supreme Court would obviously argue different. The way I perceive special consideration is looking at traits or backgrounds of individuals and then making judgments based upon those traits or backgrounds rather than just assuming like, okay, because you're a Black person, we have a safe spot for you. Or because you're a woman, we have a safe spot for you. So like,
So it could have
when
been
we
a
look at
white
veteran-
person who lived in a trailer park and he might have been given special consideration compared to the white person.
Yes.
You're saying that's what Harvard was doing. Well,
no, I mean, yes, technically, yes, they do this with things like FAFSA programs. Like if you're a wealthy Black, you don't qualify for the Pell Grant in the same way a poor white would. I never was able to get the Pell Grant because I grew up in a wealthy household, despite me being a Black person. You know, so we do.
I can understand, and if that was the case and they ended up losing the Supreme Court decision, I can understand why Harvard would do that. But the instance isn't necessarily what I'm talking about, more of the principle of DEI, because it's a system of equity, right? It's systematic equity. And can you see how equity can be perceived as like wrong? Because I'm trying to, if I'm on the female side promoting equity, it's going to appear as if I'm only trying to get an equitable stance on my positions as a woman, but never really for the man. Definitely not politically, because women are going to fight for their rights as a gendered individual and collectively, exclusive to their gender. But they're seldom to fight for male rights that would equate them. Does that make sense?
It does, but I guess the reason why I'm adverse to like any sort of like affirmative action policy for men in college education right now is not because they're men, but because I think that the reason why men are applying at lower rates than like ever before in history is due to like external factors. I think that there's a lot of people who feel doubtful about taking on student loan debt. So I think that's a gap that needs to be bridged. I think men are more interested now in going to trade school or learning trade abilities than they are going to university. And so we're seeing a rise in trade applicants more so than we had in like the last 10 years or so. So, I mean, if the gap is curated based upon, a potential like preconceived like ruling or judgment or preconceived environmental factor, then I'd say, okay, yeah, let's give men like DEI policy, but we're not seeing that men are being discriminated against based upon their applications or any sort of pre-existing like legislation that would negatively impact them. It's because of the fact that like men aren't applying at the same rates they used to.
All right. So I can see what I'm trying to do is just challenge your position to see if it's consistent as far as the egalitarian principle. But let me just introduce the next guest real quick. Arthur.
Hey, how's it going?
Welcome up. What's your age, Arthur?
I'm 29.
All right, thanks for coming up. Are you a feminist, Arthur?
Hell no.
Oh, okay. Well, now feel free to chime in whenever you like. We're having a discussion about equity right now regarding feminism, but I wanted to move the conversation a bit towards dating, where I think it's more relevant, especially to the prompt. What forms of equity would you promote in dating, Chad? Cheryl, welcome up.
I'm a laborer. I'm in the workforce, and I want to remain in the workforce. So I guess I wouldn't be someone who'd be willing to engage in like a traditionalist or like a gender role dynamic. I'd probably advocate for like a collaborative or like a partnership in my relationships. So I think that would be that form of equity in relationships.
All right. Cherubim, what's going on? What's your age, Cherubim?
Hey, what's going on? 28.
All right, thanks for coming up. The floor is open. I just wanted to ask a question. How do you actually hold people responsible when you share authority? Because when you share authority there, it's really not shared, it's in flux. The personality of one person will dominate the other, whether one is more disagreeable or more persuasive or charismatic. Doesn't that mean that you're going to have soft authority anyways? It just won't be identified, Chad?
I don't think so. Like, I guess for me, well, it depends on like, I think authoritarianism is different than, authority just generally. And I think when I've envisioned traditionalist relationships, I kind of see it in that authoritarianism sort of like worldview rather than like authority or like just natural leadership where like maybe I'm more charismatic or I convey something a little bit better. So then someone yields to me or vice versa. But even with that being the case, I think that they can exist collaboratively. Like you can take responsibility for something and not be, I don't know, like someone who's like perceived as like, I don't think it has to be a fight. Sorry.
Yeah, but so basically anyone at any time can usurp or call into question some type of a compromise. If there's shared authority, that means both parties can basically push the red button and say we need to intervene and we need to have a conversation about this because I don't agree, right?
Yeah.
Izat, thanks for the follow. But that means in terms of timely manners or whether stakes are higher and you don't have the time, how do you deal with that? And then who's responsible?
I mean, I think there's being able to be in a like a collaborative relationship to me would look like already having like some of these like especially like big general themes navigated and worked out previously. So like if everyone likes the example, someone breaks into the home, we have children. If I'm like obviously less like trained in like defense, I'm going to send out the person who's more efficient in defense.
But it's not just
and I'm
less
gonna,
trained, it's less capable to fight a man who's likely 50 pounds heavier and likely 30% stronger, right? It's not just a matter of training. Are you gonna be Black Widow? Are you gonna Black Widow the dude when he comes
you
in?
never know. I mean, I think that's where the question of like my partner could be like the skinny, like 5'2" man, and I'm sending him out to go fight this like 6 foot, 300 pound guy. So like,
Well, the 5'2" man is still likely going to be 30% stronger than you. Thus,
maybe.
like 30% likely to be able to fight off that combatant. When you think, because we're trying to specialize for the best possibility, right? Or are you just insisting on an egalitarian system? Because that to me would seem impractical in that example.
No, I'm indifferent to it. Like that's what I said. Like if I'm not someone who's physically capable of engaging in a conflict, then I would send out the person who is able to do so, which would probably be my partner, more likely than not be my partner. If I'm living alone, it would have to be me because that's just what the natural world of it is. So like I don't think it's a matter of like just like physical capability, but like I can maybe it is capability. We'll just say it is. I just am not someone who would be able to qualify efficiently for defense. No.
You personally?
I'm not. No.
Well, it's good that you're not that delusional.
Oh yeah, I'm not fighting anybody.
That was a passive aggressive insult, but sorry.
Yeah, I can call the police if need be. Like that would probably be my role, as I always have my phone. So give me the like call somebody to come save us sort of vibe.
Well, Asteria, you wanted to mention something.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken like random guys off the street and had them compete with like bodybuilder women, and the men dominated. They even did this with bodybuilder women who were like 6 foot tall and men who were midgets. And I think they actually came and tied, but I mean, like they were midgets. And
yeah, I saw the
so,
same
like,
YouTube video.
Yeah, so it's just really unrealistic. Yes, can a woman who is trained defend herself against like an average man in like grappling if she's trained how to get, a weapon away or something like that? She might have the upper advantage if he just has no idea that she's able to do any of that. But the reality is if you have a trained woman and a trained man, the trained man is going to win. So there might be a few outliers. Oh, did I say something?
No, it's totally fine. I have no clue why we're getting. I guess being polite to feminists is a flaggable offense now. I'd appreciate the likes, everyone. If you guys could help me get out of YouTube jail or TikTok jail. Go
Sorry
ahead,
about
continue, Asteria. There's nothing. Wait, what did you say? What did she say that's worthy of getting kicked?
I don't know.
Can I kick you and let you back up, or how does this work?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, my apologies, Asteria.
That's okay.
What the flip, man? You guys are that triggered? Is it because she's a woman and she doesn't support? Like, what the hell's going on? Oh my gosh. Dude. I appreciate the likes, guys. Thanks for helping me get out of TikTok jail.
No doubt.
Asteria, if you wanted to continue. Thanks for the follow, Sleepy.
Yeah, so essentially outliers don't make the rule. There might be some out there that can. I myself am 6 foot tall. I have a ranch. I do a lot of like heavy lifting, throwing bales of hay, but in no way would I be like, oh, I can, take on men or anything like that.
Well, I don't think Chadwife is making that position. I think she might have seceded or agreed with that. So you would agree that you personally are not the strongest in order to combat the likes of a most likely male combatant coming to the home. So you would say on average, women couldn't do that, right? Your average venti drinking woman, she's not going to be able to.
Sure.
All right. So the reason why I bring that up, I didn't mean to cut you off with Stereo, but I wanted to get to a point here because if there's an expectation of that man who's going to be 5'2" or whatever, more capable, shouldn't there be a equivalent authority that's given? Because he's going to need to direct you sometimes in order to protect you. Are you not going to need to submit in that context?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's why I said collaborative. Like, I don't believe that there are going to be things that, like, I'm always, or let me rephrase it. There are things that I recognize that someone is going to be better at me than. Like, I can, like, tell you everybody is going to have an ability or trait or skill that they are better at me than. That doesn't mean that on the opposite side of that it can't be true for me as well. Like, I grew up in a very financially literate home. I know a lot about finances. I'd probably be someone who's handling like investments, or like stock portfolios, or like how we spend our money, or so on and so forth, or contributing financially to the household because I do want to work and I do enjoy working. And so being able to do those things or lead in that charge, if I just happen to be better at it than my partner, is something that I'd perceive as like a collaborative partnership.
Yeah, and having a skill set when it comes to you being more financially capable, handling the bills, managing the spreadsheets, looking at the accounting. That sounds consistent with collaboration, but collaboration doesn't mean shared power. I can collaborate with my child, but that doesn't mean he's on equal authority with me, right? And the reason why I bring that up is because the strength and the ability to protect isn't just in that context. It spans even finances. Let's just say the finances you do, if you mismanage them, you could lead us on the street. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I mistook the books and now we're out of $2,000. We get evicted. Now I have to protect you from those men again, potentially the homeless men, the elements. So the reason why I bring this up is because authority and strength and the ability to protect shouldn't a man who's going to be responsible to protect you also have more authority to have the say on in finances, especially if finances fail, he's still going to be expected to protect. Does that make sense?
It does. Maybe if we lived in like the Stone Ages, or like I was ever at
Stone Age.
or ever at threat of like being. I grew up in a wealthy household. There's never been like a concern for me in reference to like having a place to stay. Like, so maybe that also makes me a little bit more detached from that reality of like having to live paycheck to paycheck. I also am in a career where I will be making a lot of money. So that's not really a feasible outcome for me. But in the case of like to me, I think the authorities now money. And to be frank,
So
like,
you're gonna pay.
without money-
You're gonna pay the homeless man with a hot dog in his hand, and he wants to beat you up. You're gonna pay him money. He could just be crazy.
I think a lot of people would prefer money over anything else. Like if I were to give an armed gunman $1,000 right now, like he'd be like, okay,
Well,
maybe
what
like
if he
I'll take
wants
this
something
thousand
else? What if
dollars
he
and
wants
do.
flesh?
Oh, flesh. Then I don't know. I thank God I live in Texas. I
Well,
don't,
I understand that you might be insulated financially, but I'm speaking generally about
yeah.
how we would formulate society. You might have an insular or insulated situation, but how our behaviors towards violence and safety and security, they're a day-to-day thing. They're a real thing. So when I'm talking about security, I'm just trying to speak about generalities. You think it would be generally reasonable for men to have an expectation or more authority in
May
the
I
example?
interject?
Yeah, go ahead, Asteria.
So, the reason why we live in such a safe society is because men have worked so hard to create a society that is so safe that we could just make a phone call and there's going to be police officers, predominantly men, military, predominantly men. Like, men have made a society so safe for women that women can survive without a man immediately in their house. And so it's not that men did that and they're like, oh, you need to bow down to me. But there's a level of respect that men do deserve for what it is that they have built and done. So to sit there and be like, well, I'm safe, whatever, when all of these people sacrifice so much in order for us to get to this point, it's a slap in the face.
I mean, I would grant this if like like I think this is where race and gender kind of intersect a little bit too. I don't believe that like there's been I think that the idea or construct that people weren't contributing, women especially weren't contributing, who were especially women of color, in like actual meaningful ways, to like building or creating the backbone of societies is not like an honest position to me. But even more so, I don't believe, well, I guess it's more of a question to the panel is do you guys believe that men have a higher inclination for violence? Because personally, I don't believe that like violence is like innate to being a man. I think a lot of it is just environmental.
It would speak to our physical ability. It would speak to our physical ability. So to express it physically, I would say, yeah. I would just point to the jail systems and how it's overrepresented by males as opposed to women.
There's a lot of
We
violent
certainly
women
have
too.
a higher proclivity to violence.
Yeah, this wouldn't say that women
We
are not
certainly do.
capable. We're just talking about who's more capable.
Right,
Yeah,
and
it's
that's the
just
point.
higher
Yes,
testosterone. You're more likely to be more violent.
we're certainly more capable, and that's the point. Is the beauty of this, and I'm living this discussion, guys. The thing is, what this all comes down to is that there are third world countries, Muslim countries right now, where women have absolutely zero rights whatsoever. And in this nation, in the Western world, if men decided tomorrow that we would take away all women's rights, we could do that with zero problem. It would happen. The reason that the rights exist that women have is because it comes from a Christian doctrine and benevolent men that have given women these rights. Because in Muslim nations, I can tell you right now, they don't have those rights because there is no Christian doctrine and there aren't benevolent men that have given women those rights. And so this is a big deal.
Am I allowed to question the religion talk, or is that shifting it too
You
much?
have
Or no?
the minority position, so you can.
Is
I'll
it a,
give you more ability to drive.
I appreciate it. I do think that it's important to at least note that when it comes to the like for example, Africa, there's I think Nigeria is a primarily Christian nation. Correct me if I'm wrong. They also have high rates of violence against women, specifically, and practice things like FGM, female genital mutilation. So I don't think it's exclusive to religion that we see people or behaviors manifest. I think a lot of the time it is due to environment. So whether or not you have access to things like nutritional food, which we saw that in Afghanistan, there was a study done a 30-year study that evaluated the IQ of young girls and how it was impacted based upon access to nutrition. And so the lower access to nutrition or nutritionist foods we saw then led to lower IQ points on average. So I think when we talk about whether or not there's a proclivity to, I don't think innately men are violent people. My dad is like the first father or male figure that I ever had in my life. He's the kindest, sweetest man I've ever met in my entire life. Obviously, he's not all men, but like I could never imagine him having to be a violent person
Well,
unnecessarily.
don't you think he would be violent for you if it
Yeah, on
meant to be?
for sure, for sure. And,
But then you would have to agree also with the other premise, and we couple those together, that if men are going to be benevolent, they're going to also practice the proclivity of violence a lot more focused, and they won't be criminal. So on one spectrum, it's going to be the criminal element, but on the other, the more prominent, it's going to be the protective element. Speaking to Aster, when she mentions the male force policing, speaking to Thomas when he's talking about the ability to grant rights collectively. So we're talking about this proclivity of violence underpins the system that you have, the patriarchy you have, the benevolent patriarchy you have. So when you're talking about nutrition and IQ, it doesn't speak to the societal mechanism that holds it together.
well, that's where I would contest a little bit is that so like the social construct is created by the environment itself and what is like needed in said environment. That's why sorry, my dog. That's why when we see now, it comes to like when we've seen different social dynamics manifest more recently, especially with the introduction of tech, with more women entering the workforce, as well as like a higher demand for laborers in the economy just generally. So this sociological aspects of that have kind of shifted as well, where you see more women wanting to take leadership roles or be a part of leadership opportunities because they are contributing in ways that are different. So I think the environment demanded that, and thus society kind of adapted to that as well. In some ways, I think traditionalists do tend to request that we go back to what once was, but I don't think that the environment is curated or suitable for it.
But the environment you're speaking of is really just it's not like a invisible hand here. We're talking about the interests of groups of people who can force their will on 49% of the population. So it's not really it's an artificial environment, and it depends on who has the helm, who can control the levers. You get what I'm saying?
I think the force doctrine assumes that A, men would find a desire, want, or need for it, and B, that like these men would then like, I guess, be a part or actualize in this group. To me, like, for example, class is a larger barrier than gender is. I think class tends to trump gender, which is why like you can have a multi-billionaire or like a multimillionaire woman be able to get away with things that a man traditionally might not, or in the same way like a multi-billionaire man get away with things that another man might not. So like I think money right now is what is the lever that draws force, and if you have more access to that, that actualizes the force. I think when people paint the picture of like gender wars, women versus men, they're assuming that all men would comply or even all women would comply to like this gendered war. B, that like these men are like the supreme of the supreme. Majority of Americans are obese. like I don't know. Like I don't think many fights are actually being like tangibly fought with what the conditions are right now.
So the health factor. Oh, go ahead, Thomas.
I'm sorry. So you do not believe in the force doctrine?
No, I don't.
Well,
so
go ahead.
The
Thomas.
reason I asked that question is because you can say that there's obesity in this, and your dad's the kindest man you've ever known. But as the host just said, if your dad is a good man, if he's a good man, if someone breaks into the house in the middle of the night, you're not expected to go out and take care of the intruder. Your mother isn't expected to go out and take care of the intruder. Your father's expected to do that. And here's the thing. What that means is that in that moment, the force doctrine is everything. It's who is the biggest and who is the strongest. And he's going to go out and protect his family, which includes you. The question that I have that the feminists can't seem to answer is, if that is the case, and we are expected to go out and protect our families from the intruders in the middle of the night, and we are the ones that will do that because we're benevolent men, we're good men that protect our families, then at what point will the feminists stop and say, you know what? Maybe there's something decent about this man, and I should stop fighting against everything that he has to say and everything that he wants to do because he has my best interests at heart. And that's really what this all comes down to, is because literally the force doctrine is literally about force. And at the end of the day, if you don't want to agree with that and you don't want to say that men are stronger than women, then I don't know that there's even a discussion to be had.
Facts. And that's why I was saying earlier that men have created a society that's so safe now that women have forgotten what it's like. Now, women in other countries, they know very well that like a good man will protect them, a bad man won't. It's only because good men stand up for women's rights that women have any rights. Like I've never heard any argument that can refute force doctrine, and it doesn't matter whether you think it's right or wrong. It's like saying gravity is right or wrong. It just is. It's like built in the fabric of the universe. Like men are just physically stronger. So it is the men who stand up for other people's rights that are weaker than them that we even have any rights.
Can I pose a thought experiment for a second? Let's assume that we have control over the genders and like what they're expected to do. And so women in this society are like the primary laborers. They do all the building, the backbreaking stuff, like they work with their hands a lot primarily, and men more likely than not are like work from home
They
or like
breastfeed.
doing maybe they breastfeed too. Let's add that in there. Do you think that we would see men still actualize this potential strength, or do you think that women would? To anybody on the panel.
When it comes to, just to clarify, are these men as strong?
As they are, as the women?
Yeah.
I'm not at, like, the question is, what do you believe that the outcome would be?
The outcome would be the men would step up. Because if they're men, they're going to have the strength multiplier to do that which the women collectively lack. So they would stop breastfeeding, and they would get the bayonets and protect.
And I think it's even more than that. What it is the men. The reason that we live in the society that we live in, and I understand that you're trying to give like a weird example here. The problem is you can't give that example if it's not actuated in society. At the end of the day, men are stronger. Men do defend. Men protect women and children. And here's the thing. This is what I'm going to say, and I have to get off because I'm going to go swimming with my son.
Night swimming, nice.
This is the last thing that I will say. Part of the reason that you are going through this in your life and you're struggling with this is because for the last at least 50 years, the feminist movement has told women that men were evil and they were trying to take things from women. Okay, there was a time where if you were taken advantage of by a bad man, your brothers and your father would go take care of that bad man every single effing time. Okay? They would go out and they would take care of that bad man. Now we live in a society where women think, well, I'm a grown woman. I am a strong, independent woman, And guess what happens? You get victimized over and
Oh.
over and over again because the strong men have left the building, because they have taken fathers out of the home, they have
Mm.
taken brothers out of the home, and for the first time in human history, the male hierarchy is not protecting its most vulnerable, which is the women and the children. And for the
And whose
first
fault is
time
that, if I
ever,
may ask?
for the first time in history, this is because of the feminist movement. And it started actually before the feminist movement. It started with the Grand New Deal, the Great New Deal.
What? The Great New Deal happened way after Seneca Falls, but
Listen, hold on. My point is
I
this,
understand.
and I will
Sorry.
land my plane here. What I'm trying to say is this: good men still exist. And at the end of the day, when the crap hits the fan, good men are the ones that show up to pull up buildings and to find the missing children and to take care of the women. That's what we do. And the feminist movement is so anti-men. It is absolutely stunning to me that there are women like you that still exist that don't see the reason that we're here and the reason that God created us differently. And it's not because we're better. It's not because we're more impressive. It's not because we should be in charge. It's because He gave us broader shoulders to carry the weight for our women and children that we love. That's why He created us.
All
And
right,
I will
Thomas.
land my plane there.
Thanks for coming up, man.
Adios, brother.
Yeah, I think I do think force doctrine, as Asteria was mentioning, it is basically the biggest flaw. And for everyone here, my anti-feminist dating advice: hell, if you're on a date with and you find out a woman is a feminist, I mean, to make your job or to make your date more easy, or to make your date more entertaining, because you should likely crash and burn it, just introduce force doctrine and watch them squirm. It's one of the most, their positions become so indefensible.
If a woman tells me she's a feminist on a date, I'm like, okay, cool. We're splitting the bill 50-50. Sounds good.
I'm just going to tell y'all, dating on the woman's side as an anti-feminist. Now, mind you, I've been an anti-feminist for like 2 decades, but I got married at 25. I am divorced. Going back out into the dating world is just, there's no reason for it.
You're finding a lot of feminist men?
Either they are feminist because they're like, oh, I want a woman to split the bills, but I also want to take advantage of the fact that you cook, clean, that you're domestic, that
Right.
you want more kids. They're like, yeah, I want you to have my kids, but you got to pay half the bills. I have a farm, and this was not from my divorce, just to make that clear, because I know a lot of guys are like, how'd you get the farm? It's not from
Yeah,
my
more financial
divorce.
status.
Well, no, it's not just that. I have no problem with a man who has less financial status. It's that a man is stepping in wanting to take that from me. And I understand, as the weaker vessel, like, this is my dowry.
Yeah, you're going to
This
be more
is like-
suspicious though, because women are already sexually more selective. But now that you have resources, you're going to probably want to keep those more than a man would, I would argue. Because men, don't you think women are probably a bit more safeguarding of their resources? It's because they want to secure security, right?
Well, so the other issue, yes, because I also have my son, and even though this is like my dowry, this was for me in case anything happened. And it did happen. And thank God that my father took care of me. But my son, this is his. Like, I'm leaving this to him. I would not let a man step in and take that from him. Like, when it comes to my child, and even if I had other children it would be his job to, like, for us to build, to create something for those new children. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you have a vested interest to protect. You're basically the nest egg, the generational legacy gift you're going to leave. So people are not going to be able to easily come into your place that you met on a date, into your home without shoes, basically, into your life.
Yeah.
Or
and
with
take-
shoes on the carpet, is what I meant. It's like you have a lot
Yeah.
more. And then Cascadian was mentioned. The force doctrine is so insipid concept that it's meant to attract insecure men who don't fact check. Do you guys research how might be wrong about something? It's what people actually do. Yeah. So when I'm having debates and discussion, I'm testing out the theory in real life. I'm seeing if it's a competitive idea amongst a competition of other ideas. And apparently, people who have mentioned force doctrine, Asteria, and I think Thomas, we haven't seen any valid arguments here. So you can insist on your assertions about how it's insecure, but I mean, is it insecure to win arguments? I don't know.
They're saying it's not moral, but that's like saying gravity
like-
is not moral.
They constantly misunderstand the descriptive. Asteria said it.
Yes.
It's not right or wrong. It just is. So because it offends you guys, because it sounds icky, that's all I'm really getting at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Straw light. Thanks for the follow. What I think I'm gonna be doing, guys, I'm gonna be ending it here. I'm gonna be closing off soon. Did you guys have any closing thoughts, Asteria?
Yeah, I do want to say something. I think someone had said something. They wanted to know why men were more consistent, and I never got around to that. So men have a 24-hour hormonal cycle with their testosterone levels. Women have 4 hormonal cycles that they go through every month. And the difference in those hormonal cycles that a woman goes through every month is the difference between a teenage boy and an elderly man. And women, they not just have their cycle, they also have pregnancy, postpartum, and then menopause, and this is why men in the 9-to-5 workforce that is designed for men, not for women, they do better because women have to take birth control to suppress their
And their
body's
cycle.
natural hormonal cycle. Exactly.
So you're saying from there's 4 phases that are equivalent to the male side of on one side of the phase being like a teenage boy, and on the other side of the phase being like
Yes.
that's crazy.
That's why we're crazy. Yeah, I know.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say y'all crazy, but that's crazy. Like that's cool. I didn't know that. But you said you're a biologist, right? Or you used to study biology?
In biotechnology, yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, yeah, I'm interested to hear some of your arguments because the 4 to 7 testosterone thing I wasn't aware of. I'm about to look into that.
Absolutely.
So basically, the elites are trying to make women do things that are not in their biological design to do, as far as like being in the workforce and working like men.
Exactly. Because it used to be a long time ago, we understood that women had hormonal cycles and that they were hyper productive at some times and less productive at others. And then after women had children, all of the women in the community came together to help cook the foods for their family so that she could get proper rest and actually recover, versus now it's like, oh, you got, what is it, like 3 weeks and you got to go back to work?
Yeah, it's hardly any time to recover or. Yeah, that's crazy. It's like you can't even. You just started your nest and now you have to leave it with your kids still there. Yeah, so it does make sense how they're going to try and come up with these trinkets and these ways to treat the symptom of the root cause, birth control, but it's really just a band-aid.
One thing I was thinking that might be a solution to that is going back to a form of community in the sense of, you know how like immigrants when they live with their family members, so they'll have their grandma in the same house, uncle, aunties, sisters, cousins. So that way, if the woman gets pregnant, she has a kid, she doesn't have to go to work immediately. She can relax while the grandmoms, sisters, aunties can pitch in and help out. in to make up for that, and that way you can still get that sort of community. It takes a village to raise a child type of situation to
Yeah,
counteract the
I would
modern
definitely agree
setting.
that it would be better to have a system where the village raises a kid, and as
Right.
there you have the support systems. But the problem with that is, if it gets in the way of the feminist idea of bodily autonomy, if she can't sleep with the men who she wants, abort the kids she wants when she wants, if the village is going to have an issue with that, she will reject the
Exactly.
village.
Yep, 100%.
All right, guys. Well, I do want to appreciate. Thank you guys for coming up, and you're always welcome back up. I appreciate the support and the new ideas.
Hey, great conversation, man.
Yeah, man. So everybody in the chat, I appreciate the support. I'm going to be going live on Saturday if you guys want to be notified of that. Thanks for the likes. Hit me with a follow if you want to know when I go on next. Let's see what the last couple of questions were. Combos. The Force doctrine is also flawed, and it's a belief that it would just be men versus women. Yeah, so it draws. There is no other option. I'm not sure who mentioned it, but Iran being the last example that someone recently drawn. Thomas said that if men wanted to, they would. Case in point, Iran. This is just a fact. I mean, you can disagree with it, but you would have to have evidence to that. I will debate the hell out of this if I happen to see it again. Bailey, all right, thanks for coming up. Glad to hear we inspired some level of debate spirit. You make no sense, that's Sleepy. Yeah, if you're looking for Force doctrine, in reality, where I got it from is Andrew Wilson. So you should look at his debates that he's debated with prominent intellectual feminists on the topic. You should look at Force doctrine debates from him for you to understand it more. Because I don't really think you understand it that much, Cascadian. But anyways, thanks for coming on, guys. Thanks for the support. Two last things I'll say. When it comes to my intent regarding this prompt, my intent is to give advice if needed. There have been a couple of people who came on today who needed advice. That's a big part of why I do this. I'm trying to funnel out people who are not going to be feminists, right? A feminist is less likely to take my advice, but I think it's cool when feminists are more open to that. I just acknowledge that I'm going to be at odds giving advice to people who don't align with my worldview, which is more traditional. So the intent of this prompt is to, one, encourage debate, two, perhaps find people who are open-minded to traditional advice. The last thing I'll say is I get flagged all the time for me being polite, for women just being women, just randomly just talking. I'll get flagged. I'll get flagged for feminists crashing out on my panel. I get flagged for, I'm not necessarily complaining, just pointing to a reality that your support and your engagement is really what will drive the conversation forward. It's not going to be ad revenue. The support is really going to come from you guys. So I appreciate y'all stopping by. Apple, we are closing out at this moment, Apple. So you're welcome back on Saturday. So I'll see you guys next time. Peace. Thanks for the likes. Oi, vey. All right. So it's 10 o'clock. Not too late. A decent time. Where's my YouTube? YouTube, I was on top of the combo on YouTube. Didn't get much engagement, but I was watching the comments. So I'm doing a bit better on making sure I keep track of what's being said in the YouTube chat. But thank you guys for stopping by. I'll catch y'all later. Oi.